All right, ladies and gentlemen, how y'all doing? So as you can see, we're here to discuss the Sadio Mane transfer. Now, of course, the titles does say Sadio Mane joins Bayern, and that's obviously the big story for today, the big story for probably this week, honestly, in terms of Bayern. But we're also going to talk about a little bit about the other transfers that have happened. Just in general, there's a lot of transfers that, well, not a lot, but there's a few transfers that have happened so far, and they haven't had the spotlight. So with us obviously doing a discussion about Sadio Mane, I thought, well, let's talk about just transfers in general, but most importantly, let us welcome our new player in Sadio Mane, and as well, let us welcome the people that have joined me today. I'm going to let you all introduce yourselves, but thank you very much for being here.
So yeah, my name is I just call myself Nagels123. So I've been a Bayern fan since 2008, and yeah, I've been following Bayern since then, like very close. And yeah, so yeah, that's probably it.
Yeah, my name's Daniel. I've been a Bayern fan since roughly 2014. I got into football a bit late. I got into because of the World Cup and like Thomas Muller, and then those guys got me into football, and then I became a Bayern fan through that.
Fair enough, fair enough. Well, I'm going to start
Good choice.
somewhere. Yeah, I think that's actually a great choice. With that said, Sadio Mane. What's everyone feeling about Sadio Mane? Honestly, personally, I'm both excited, both happy, and also a little bit cautious. Cautious because there are rumors in terms of numbers being thrown around, anywhere from like 20 million to 15 million.
Mhm.
And while I do want players to get paid their worth, so to speak, I do also think we need to watch our wage bill, our wage bracket. So that was the only negative for me. But in terms of that, in general, very excited with the transfer.
So that's what I've been saying from the beginning, right? When we worked together, like I said, I've been scared that we are overcrowded in the attack, and especially because all of them are earning so much money, right? The wages of them are like ridiculously high. So if now Mane also gets 20 million, and Gnabry sets the expense, getting also like 90 million, Lewandowski will be keeping Lewandowski with 20 plus million. I'm a little bit scared that this actually would be like too much, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. I think like with the wages, a lot of the players like especially overpaid, and I think the attack can be a bit overcrowded, especially when we have like Mane, Gnabry, maybe staying, maybe going,
Yeah.
Coman, and then Sane. But I think I'm a bit excited if you take away the financial side, just because like
Mm.
with Mane, he can give you goals, he can play well, and he's consistent. Whereas with like Coman, he doesn't really give that good an output, but he plays consistently well. Gnabry doesn't play that well a lot of the time, but he can get you output. Sane can get you output in good games, but he's not very consistent at all because he's only had like 2 to 3 good months. But like Mane can give you all of that, which is what I'm excited for.
Yeah, I mean, I personally very much agree. The thing with Mane as well is apparently, I mean, I've watched Liverpool this season, but he was sort of inconsistent at the beginning of the season. But then, like, once the African Cup of Nations happened, like, once sort of like that momentum, with him winning the AFCON with his nation, once that happened, he was just Liverpool's best player of the season from that point on. So, like, from the beginning of the year. So, I've heard some Liverpool fans say that he is quote unquote finished as a winger, but in centrally and in the middle, he is exceptionally good and has been exceptionally good for them, which might be a concern because it seems like Lewandowski is staying. So will that mean that there won't be space for Mane centrally, and that means that he has to play on the wing, and maybe he's quote unquote, as Liverpool fans would put it, finished on the wing. What's your thoughts on that?
So if you have one, Daniel, you can start if you want.
Yeah, sure. I think like with Mane, I don't think he's necessarily finished as a winger, even if like he might not be playing the best there. And I think like it depends on what Nagelsmann wants to do too with the formation. If he wants to like maybe like get rid of the wingers per se, or like just have a few striking positions up top. But I think we'll just have to see what Nagelsmann wants to do with him, and then go from there. But I don't think he's necessarily finished as a winger.
Yeah, I actually agree. I don't think that he's anywhere close to finish. And you know how we played with Sani in the first half of the season? Like he was on paper was a left winger, but he got way more central. I think that's something we can also do with Mane, and even play Lewandowski in like a real striking position. So I have actually not really made it out on that. So what do you think, Bayern fan?
Yeah, I very much agree. I think he's going to be fine, honestly. The way I saw him play in the second half of the season, I'm not really worried. Fitness-wise, he looks pretty good. You know, obviously, he's someone that doesn't really get injured as well. We've got that in Lewandowski as well, so that's another bonus in that. Because, as I said, I don't think Lewandowski is leaving, so you know, I think we're going to have both of them. Just saying. Yeah, that's honestly my thoughts on that situation. Tawasif, do you have any thoughts on that? I don't know whether your microphone is working. You know, if not. Seems like it is.
Should be working. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good, great. First of all, hello everyone. Hello Prince. I hope you're all doing well. I can't speak as much because I'm recovering from a cough, and I might have some cough attacks here and there. But yeah, I'm very excited for Mane to come here. Mainly because I think what we lacked last season was the tactical variability, right? We weren't as flexible as I had hoped we were, or we would be. And Mane just brings so much other things to the team, where we can play with a false nine, we can play with a proper nine with Lewandowski. As you said, I agree with you, Prince, where I also think that Lewandowski will unfortunately stay for a year, judging by the comments of Oliver Kahn and Brazzo at the press conference today. But yeah, it just brings us more. We just can play with more formations, right? Not just with the 4-2-3-1, which we had played, or which we have been playing in the last 5 or 10 years, but also a 4-3-3, maybe a 3 at the back. And yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to the most. And obviously there are other aspects to it, like for instance, the kit sales will increase for Adidas and Bayern, and also the social media presence, I hopefully will improve. We've already seen today the announcement tweet got like 80,000 likes, which is very, very good for Bayern. And perhaps we can capitalize on the growing market in Africa with his signing. And I believe also, just when it comes to the football, for the next 3 years, I don't think he will decrease in quality that much. I mean, he'll be 33 and he won't be better than he is now, I don't think. But he will still be able to provide something to the attack. And yeah, I'm very happy with the situation. And also the wages aren't too high, as most had feared. I think 15 million, all things included, which is very, very good. And yeah,
I think those numbers are not confirmed, so I won't trust on them like they are, to be fair. As Prince said, there might be even over 20, which would be like, yeah, this would be way more than we all thought. But still, I think it's a great signing. So, and I think it's a bit unfortunate because all of us think it's actually a good signing, so no one can like argue on that. But maybe if you have like any downside, you can just.
But we could just still think about what it means, what the signing means for other players, just like Sane. Like, I think you guys touched on it when I came in, that it could mean for Sane that this is an ultimatum, this is a do or die season for him. If he does not perform the way we wanted him to perform, the way he did perform for 2 or 3 months earlier this or last season, it could be his last season. I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. Also for Gnabry, if he chooses to extend, and Coman. And yeah, I think the implications that we'll have on the squad going forward for the next few years even will be very, very interesting and could be discussed here.
Yeah, I very much see where you're going at. And you brought something up that I found very, very interesting. Two things actually that I thought very interesting. One, that you think it's unfortunate that Lewandowski is staying, which we'll get to later because I do want to talk about Lewandowski specifically and what this transfer could potentially mean for Lewandowski, and his role in the team, or maybe his lack of role in the team. You know, maybe with him being gone. But there was another thing that he brought up, and obviously that's the other big question, which is why he hasn't got a kit number, which is actually a good point that the real Kaladin brings up about, you know, him not having a number yet, with it being assigned at Lewandowski or Gnabry, or maybe even both are leaving the club. You mentioned Lewandowski. I want to bring up Gnabry. Because what does the signing mean? Obviously, Sané, you know, he was a big, big signing 2 seasons ago. And I kind of made a joke that, you know, he signed Sané, now we're signing Mane. Are we going to sign Kane next season or the season after? Who knows? It's going to be a difficult and a nightmare for commentators. I know that much. I'm already struggling just saying Mane and Sané. But Gnabry, what does it all mean for Gnabry? Is he going to stay? Is he going to leave? I think, personally, I've always thought that the reason he hasn't extended yet is because he wants to play as a striker. But now with Mane here, let's say Lewandowski leaves, is he even going to play centrally over Mane? There are multiple questions here, and there is no answer. It's options are always good to have, I think, and it's just a headache if you were the coach, if you were Nagelsmann. But what do you all think about that situation, about Gnabry specifically and playing centrally?
I think with Gnabry, I think you're correct that he does want to play centrally, but like who knows if he'll get that, especially with like Mane having to play more central possibly, and his future's up in the air too. So it's like, do you want to give him that time as a striker when he only has like a year left on his contract, and he might even be gone in like a month if he doesn't sign the contract soon. So who knows what'll happen with him? I'd like to see him stay though, just because he's very good with the squad. He brings good chemistry. Like Kimmich is his best friend at the club. But I also think like Hassan also said that like the signing of Mane doesn't interfere with Gnabry, so maybe he does get that central role. But I think we'll just have to see. But it might not even come to that too, just depending on like if he doesn't extend within the next month or two, he just might be gone anyways.
Actually, I like Gnabry a lot. He's one of my favorite players at Bayern. But as you said, I also think he wants to play more centrally. I think his chances of playing more centrally are higher if Lewandowski leaves, and like if he battles with Mane, who gets the central position. Like that's even a discussion. But I think that's his best chance of playing central. I believe that he actually will extend because, as Daniel also said, chemistry, his friendship with Kimmich, he would throw all that away to. Man, where would he even go? Like Arsenal, they don't even play Champions League. He would waste his career there. I think he wants to stay. Actually, just like if Lewandowski leaves, I think he will stay. He will definitely stay. If Lewandowski stays, I think it'll be hard to justify for him to extend. At least my opinion.
Yeah, well, I think the reason behind his hesitation for signing the contract is that he's 26, 27 now. We know nowadays with the way the game is played, you're past your prime most of the times, not always, but most of the times. When you hit 30, 31, 32, at least that's like the thought process that goes behind it. And I think if he signs a contract now for the next 3-4 years, he knows that'll be his last really, really big contract. And it's not like he doesn't feel appreciated. I think he wants to see something different, but he's not sure if he really wants it that much to leave this club where his best friends are playing, where his other very close friends, just like Sane and so on and so forth, are playing, just to go to England. And just like you said, where would he go realistically? Only maybe England somewhere. And where would that be? I mean, he loves Arsenal. He's a really big Arsenal fan. Or would he go to the Arsenal competition, which I don't see him doing either. So maybe Spain, and who would want to have him in Spain? I mean, he won't. I don't think he would want to go to Barcelona. I also don't think Real Madrid. Maybe Real Madrid. Who knows? But I just hope he signs a new contract, because I think the way he plays for us, which is 90% shit, but he still gets the job done. He still scores, he still gives assists, and that's very, very important to me. And that's a unique set of skills, I guess you could say, call it, that no other player provides at Bayern Munich. And also, he's a massive One Piece fan, and as Prince knows, so am I. And I want to keep him at all costs. Not at all costs. If he demands more than 20 million, you can let him go, I think.
Fair points being made. Yeah, for me, I just think I sort of see where you're coming from. You know, he's 26. He'll be 27 by the time the season starts. His birthday's in July. So next contract will probably be his prime contract. So he's taking his time scoping and scouting out the market. I get all that. But you also mentioned that he's got a lack of options. And honestly, the only teams that have really looked interested in getting him were Arsenal, and there were rumors about Real Madrid. Now, how true those rumors are, I don't know. But, you know, could he go to Real Madrid? I could see that. You know, they've just been burned with Mbappe. They kind of want a statement signing. Is Gnabry going to be that statement signing? I don't quite think so. But I also do think that if he were to go to Real Madrid, if Real Madrid were to be seriously interested in him, that, you know, it would cause that hesitation that we're currently seeing. Do I think he's going to stay in the long term? Yes, I do. I don't know why. I don't have any basis for that. I just think he will stay. I haven't heard enough rumors and enough talk with Gnabry, so that's why I think he'll stay. It's really just based on that. There's no actual credence to it or anything of that sort. But here's an interesting question then, because you talked about, you know, how there might be clashes between Sadio Mane and Gnabry. Will us signing Sadio Mane actually mean that Gnabry might stay? Maybe will that be a reason for him to stay? You know, will he not look at it as a competition, but rather and more so as, you know what, we can really, really challenge for the Champions League next season. You know, we've got that extra strength in attack. We're going to be even more lethal in attack for you know, to try and make it far and to try and win the Champions League. Will he look at it positively, or is it all downhill in his mind?
I believe it's actually the case, what you just said, because I think Lewandowski is like, I don't think that he ever wants to extend. He's finished with Bayern in his own mind. But Gnabry, I think he actually could be seeing this as a new addition, a new swap in the attacking formation, everything that could actually he benefits from. As we said, he could play more central if Lewandowski leaves and Mane goes on the left wing. I think it's actually a good shout out from the Prince. I think he could be actually positive and makes him actually want to stay, because he also liked the post on Instagram with Mane and Bayern. Maybe that's a sign. We don't know.
Yeah, I think it'll be good for Gnabry just to see that we are still competing on the European front by getting these big name players, probably the best player in the Premier League, arguably this season. And then I think even if he plays on the right and Mane plays on the left, I think it will be good just to have Mane in the squad as the big name, as the big guy who can show up in the big games. They could also play together at striker really well, the two of them. I think they would be a good pair. And I also think it's just not Mane as well, because let's say even if Gnabry still plays on the right, he'll still have Mazraoui behind him instead of Pavard, who's a lot more attacking, who can help Gnabry a lot more too. So I don't think it's just Mane that's gonna make sure Gnabry stays from the Sporting side, because there's so much going forward now that I think it'll help him out, and it won't be just him.
Tarsif, do you have anything to add to that, or should we tackle that comment? I do quite like that comment because it's speculation, and everyone loves speculation, don't they?
Let's talk about the comment.
All right, let's talk about the comment indeed. So, Yusuf, Aisha, I'm hoping I said your name right. If I didn't, apologies. Basically says that Gnabry will stay. Mane came to make moral competition for the team, and I think Lewandowski will leave next summer. So not this summer, next summer. Which I think most of us either expect him to leave this summer or next summer. I don't think anyone expects him to, extend his contract out of nowhere and be like, you know what? Hey, man, all the things that I said, hey, I was wrong. I apologize. I don't think none of us will think that's going to happen. I think both sides played it pretty poorly, but I think Bayern played it the way they had to. But we'll talk about Lewandowski later. I do want to discuss Lewandowski specifically and that whole situation. Basically, and we'll leave next summer and this summer. I think we will sign Lima from Leipzig and maybe a central defender. And then our transfers will close. What do you think? I actually want to tackle this comment last. So I do want to let whoever wants to speak first on those comments speak first. And I want to join in at the very end because I think I might have different thoughts, but I don't know.
I think actually this is the most realistic scenario, I believe, because the Bayern bosses, they repeated so many times that Lewandowski will stay, that he has a contract until 2023 and they won't sell him and stuff. So I think they're completely fine with him leaving next season, even if Barca comes on with an offer like 50 million, they don't care. They want to keep him. And if they want to keep him, I mean, they might have a reason for that, right? And regarding the Lima and central defender car, I think Lima is we just need to agree on a fee with Leipzig, and then it's a done deal for me, actually, because I think Lima actually wants to come. And about the central defender, I don't know who, to be honest, but if one central defender will come, do you think actually Nianzou will leave them? I don't see him actually having play time then, because we have Lucas, Upa, Pava, and the new one. And if Chris Richards actually also stays, we even have him. What is your thought on that? Nianzou?
I don't think Chris Richards will play a role in Nagelsmann's plans. I hope, or I think they're still hoping for Nianzou, the fraud, as I call him. No, just a joke. But with all seriousness right now, I hope he makes it, and I think they're kind of counting on him because as of now, I don't see us signing any more centre backs. Currently, I think we have 4 with Hernandez, Upamecano, Pavard, and Nianzou, and we're just gonna have to hope that we will that Lucas and Upamecano, who are two great centre backs, that they will stabilize over the course of the season, and Nianzou will actually have sort of a breakout season this year. But it also means, I think, that without a 5th centre back, you can't really play a 3 at the back system for a prolonged period of time, because you need at least 5 to do it over the course of 34 or 40, 50 games. So that won't be the preferred formation, I think. And when it comes to Lima, I really hope we do sign him, because first of all, I hate Leipzig, and everything that weakens Leipzig is good. And also, he's a pressing machine. I think Tifo Football released a video a few years ago. I think it was 1 or 2 years ago, where they called him the best pressing player in all of Europe. And I don't think that thing has changed in the last 2 years. He still would be up there. And that's the one thing that we're missing right now. Kimmich is not the best at pressing. Thiago was phenomenal. We sold him. Goretzka and Kimmich together does not work as well as we had hoped it would. And now we've signed Gravenberg. I have to be honest, I have no idea how he plays. I have not even seen a compilation of his. So, but what we do need is a disgusting pressing machine, which I think Lima is. And hopefully he will have a similar impact on Bayern, such as, say, Javi Martinez or Arturo Vidal. Not to say that he's as good as them, but in the system of Nagelsmann, that he does the dirty work, and hopefully he will yeah, we'll sign him.
I'm still a bit skeptical of Leimer, to be honest, just because of what happened with Sabitzer, with like how he barely plays, and especially because like the midfield is very crowded. Because Musiala can play as the 6, he can play anywhere in the midfield. We have Gravenberch who can come in, he can play anywhere in the midfield pretty much, and we've already got Kimmich. Goretzka's injury prone, but like if he's fit, he starts. So I just don't see how he necessarily fits into the team if like, everyone's fit. I think it'll be hard to get him in, and then Sabitzer apparently wants to stay too, but we're trying to get rid of him. So I think it'll be interesting to see how like the midfield can gel together with the amount of players we have. And I don't think we'll sign a center back. I think we really messed up by not going in all out for Rudiger because we don't have enough for a 3 at the back. Because I think Richards will probably get sold to a Premier League club. I think Nyanzu, he's 50-50. He can either become one of the best or just completely flop at this point. Who knows? And I don't really trust Lucas and Upamecano, to be honest. But yeah, I think we missed out big on Rudiger. And my preferred signing at center back would be Gvardiol from Leipzig, but it would be such a bad look to keep robbing them of their players.
I don't think that Guardiola actually is possible. Like they won't sell him. I think they will sell him next season to like one of the Premier League clubs. Where like I can see them wanting like 80 plus million, and I don't think we would like pay that again after Lucas.
Yeah, I don't think we'll get him, but for me, he would be the dream
Yeah,
signing.
he is. He's insane, but I think he's one of the best talents in the Europe.
Yeah.
Position.
Interesting. Well, it's my turn now, isn't it? All right. I'm going to keep it short, although I know I will go on for a bit because I do like talking for a bit. So let's keep it short. Lewandowski, let's start with Lewandowski. Do I think he'll be sold this summer? No. Would I want him to be sold this summer? It's 50-50. One, I want us to keep him, make a sign, make a stamp on it, right? You know, we've said, okay, we're going to keep him. If we sell him now, it's going to look bad for us. If we don't just suddenly cape because, oh, we've got 50 million or 6 million, it's going to look bad for us. Would I want us to sell him and cash in? Absolutely. But after you make those comments, if we sell him now, it's just going to look bad, especially with Uli Hoeneß's interview a few years ago when Dortmund caved, when Mbele and Barcelona had the whole saga. If we do the same thing, then we're a banter club. And if we're a banter club, then that's just embarrassing, all right? You can't make fun of someone else for doing something and then you do the same thing. You're a hypocrite at that point. And I don't want to be a hypocrite or banter club. So I want to keep him just out of principle, even though the smart thing is to sell him. So that's number one in terms of Lewandowski. I don't think he's going to extend. I think he's going to leave next season. I think, right? Now, in terms of Lima, I want to talk about Lima last. In terms of central defender, I don't think we're going to get one. I think maybe that's just because, I've got high hopes for the lad. Maybe unfounded, I know, but I think Nyanzu is the future. I think he's the future, and I know people will disagree with me, but I will still keep saying it over and over. I think next season, the upcoming season, the 2022-2023 season, I think he is, after the first 10 games of the Bundesliga, I think he's going to be our starter. I think he's going to be a number one centre back.
That's a big shout. That's a very big shout. Can we clip him? Can we clip him so we can bring it back?
Bro.
I'm 100% confident in that. I'll say that right now. Tanguy Nyanzu will be our number one starter next season. And I've got good reasons for that, but all those reasons would take a lot of time. And I think what he just needs is a little bit of calm. And I feel like he gets that calm with more playing time, more experience, and overall just being a bigger part in the squad. And I think if he's given that trust early on, then he won't be, he won't have those rushes to his head where, he sometimes is just extremely reckless, just goes for a reckless challenge, so on and so forth. I think he just needs a little bit of calmness to his game, because if you watch him for the French, I think it's under 19, under 21, I'm not sure now. It escapes me right now. But if you look at the French team where he is like the vice captain / captain, you see how much calm he brings in it. And it's because he's experienced in that level. Now, he is completely different to how he plays for Bayern. Now, however, and that's why I wanted to leave the Lima topic last, while I do think we will sign him, I think what we should what we really should consider, and it's going to bite me. I shouldn't say this. It's going to bite me come the season, but we should consider giving Nianzou time in midfield as well. For PSG, really, like his breakout season for PSG, it was in midfield. Even though he sort of like mixes between playing as a centre back and playing as a defensive midfielder, I think we should give him some time there. Let him just calm down. Let him just, in midfield, you have a lot more possession. You get a lot more touches of the ball, and ultimately that will help you gain a lot more confidence. And once he's got that confidence, once he's settled in with the team, I think we should really try him in as a centre back. And I think that he ultimately has the skill, the talent, in the long term, also the ability and hopefully the right mentality to be our number one centre back. And I do expect that to happen at the first half of the season. I know I'm shooting for the stars, but hey, if I don't shoot for the stars, they do say if you shoot for the stars, even if you fail, you still land at the moon. Well, I think I've shot so far so many times and I'm still on Earth, so maybe I'm wrong with Nianzou, but who knows? Who knows?
I mean, him moving to defensive midfield would be realistic if we do sign a centre back, a fifth centre back. Other than that, I don't really see it happening, unfortunately, because I distinctly remember when we bought him, that people said, okay, he's going to be an alternative for both defensive midfield and centre back, which was why I was so excited that we had signed him. And also because I think Thomas Tuchel was playing him in the last 2 minutes of the Dortmund PSG. I think it was a quarterfinal round of 16. I don't remember, but that's a huge deal to let a 17, 18-year-old play in such an important stage of such an important game. And yeah, I have high hopes for him still. I think he will. Maybe he won't be a starter next season, but he will comfortably have like 20 games or something across all competitions. I hope for that.
Just before we move on to someone else taking over the topic, I just want to introduce Martin. Welcome to the stream. IR Schultz in the comments. I'm assuming that's Martin. Just as a general notice, if anyone wants to join, you can join. Just send me a DM on Twitter and I'll send you the link so that you can join as well if you're interested in that. But yeah, if anyone else has any more topic slash comments on my Nianzou propaganda, as I would like to call it, at least Hannibal agrees with me. I'm buying the stocks on Nianzou too. He has the skill he needs. He needs game time. I agree. I very much agree. I love all that propaganda, even though realistically, hey, based on this season, I don't know. I don't know.
How high do you think Nianzou's ceiling is then?
Realistically, great centre back of all time. No, I'm joking. Top 3 centre backs.
Hey, you ain't joking, bro. I'm serious.
Now, realistically, like a top 5 centre back in world football in 5 years' time.
That's what he does, right? He masks his horrible takes as jokes. Just if they don't have work out, he can say, "Oh, it was a joke. It was a joke." I'm onto you, Prince. I'm onto you.
Look, man. No comment. Let's just move on. Does anyone else have anything to say about Nianzou? No? Okay. Nice. Martin, since we haven't heard your thoughts and your views on the Sadio Mane transfer, what are your thoughts on Sadio Mane joining Bayern, as well as Lewandowski potentially staying? I mean, I'm throwing a lot of things at you, I guess, but that's just because we've covered quite a lot. What are your thoughts on Sadio Mane joining Bayern, Lewandowski staying / leaving? Where do you stand on that fence? Gnabry staying / leaving? Will you stay on that side of the fence? Just what are your thoughts on those, topics? Martin, welcome.
Right, first of all, I'd like to say thank you for bringing me here. I'm actually excited for Sadio. I think he can give us the flexibility. He can play left winger. He can play right. He can play up front. Really, really great player. Gives it his all. and I think he's actually excited to play for this club. We also signed Gravenberch and Mazraoui, two great players. And my thoughts on Lewandowski, to be honest, I think if a 50 million offer comes in, we need to accept that offer straight away. I don't want him in this club anymore. The comments he's made, I don't think, I feel like he's gonna ruin the dressing room, I don't know if he's gonna be professional. Hopefully he is if he stays. But I'd like to keep Gnabry. It doesn't look like we will keep Gnabry though. Looks like he's leaving as well. Looks like he doesn't want to extend the contract, which is unfortunate, because Lewandowski leaving, Gnabry is our second best finisher probably in our team. He's got great finishing ability, and I think with Sadio in the team, I think we still need to bring in a striker. If Lewandowski's leaving, that is. So I think Sasa Kalajdzic would be a great option, but I don't think his ceiling is that high, if I'm being honest. And I think we have to look in the market for a striker, in my opinion.
Coolio. Thank you very much for your thoughts. You brought up an interesting topic, and I don't know what we'll talk about that. Who could potentially replace Lewandowski? Will we go for a striker if we do were to sell him? Obviously, I've got a list of players that apparently I'm working on a video series on that. Apparently, but there's a lot that's going on. Obviously, there are a lot of asterisks this summer, this transfer window at Bayern. Gnabry, Lewandowski. You could even make the argument, maybe I'm the only one that makes the argument, but I don't know if anyone else shares my thoughts on it, but maybe Sané has an asterisk to him as well. Maybe we should sell him, maybe we shouldn't. I don't know what people here think about Sané potentially leaving. Obviously, there are no rumors. It's just something that I'm thinking of based on how the last 2 seasons have gone. Now, I want to sort of slightly deviate, though, and welcome our 2 other signings that we've made. Hopefully I'm not forgetting anyone, but welcome our 2 other signings that we've made in Rian Gravenberch, and I always butcher his name, so I'll just say Mazraoui. Welcome to them. What's everyone's thoughts on those 2 as well? Obviously, it's been you've had a lot more time to digest. I think it was Tausif that said he's never seen Gravenberch play. I'll be honest, I watched the Dutch league probably more than the Bundesliga, honestly, this season. So I've watched a lot, but I mainly watched PSG, to be fair. But I've watched a lot of the Dutch league, and I was very excited. I'm not gonna lie, I was very excited. Mazraoui, the only asterisk with him I have really is that he's injured quite often. But then again, who isn't at Bayern realistically? I mean, if we're being completely honest. And Gravenberch, he's had an odd season. Like last season, the season that just finished, he was sort of a hit and miss. But like the season before that and prior to that, he was just outstanding. Like he was just that. He was the next kid where you were like, yeah, he's gonna make it all the way to the top. And then this season, he's had sort of like a up and down season. Still a lot of great moments, but a lot less consistent than he was in the past. But I'm still very excited. I always like us making young signings. Ever since we did the Renato Sanchez deal and that went sour, I was always worried that, well, because he invested so much money in Renato Sanchez and that completely flopped, that we wouldn't make these young player signings anymore, like these young players that everyone in world, or that most teams in most clubs in world football want. But it does seem like that is still a thing, and I'm very happy about that. So welcome to Gravenberch and Mazraoui. From me personally, I'm very excited about both of you. But what does everyone else here think about those 2?
Prince, if you said you watch a lot of Dutch league and especially PSV, what are your thoughts on Götze? I think he returns to Frankfurt, right? Was he actually that good as everyone said, but it was like just an average good player? Just wanted to ask you.
So just very quickly on Götze, the numbers won't show it, but he was one of PSV's best players. I wouldn't say that their best player. I'd probably put I mean, I'm a Gakpo fan. I think I've made no secret about that. I think
Here
Gakpo.
we go.
Look, all right, Lewandowski replacements. Let's not talk about Gakpo for now, but just say it. But I'm a huge Gakpo fan. I think he's probably their most instrumental player. I think I'd probably put him at number 3 in terms of PSV players, but he's just class all around. He doesn't have the numbers, you wouldn't see it if you looked at the stats or anything of that sort, but he's just class. And I think the Bundesliga is maybe not lucky, but the league should be excited to have him back in the league. But yeah, that's all I'll say about Götze, who broke my heart, but also maybe the happiest person in the world. So we're both in it.
He also broke my heart. When we signed him, I hoped that he would be like the best player of all time. Like I honestly thought that, because everyone's hyping him up, and he joined Bayern, and then it was so sad. But yeah, if anyone else has opinions on Ryan or Mazraoui, you can go ahead, because they don't have that many thoughts.
I think with Ryan Gravenberch, I think he gives Goretzka, something to worry about. Goretzka, obviously, with the amount of money he's earning, he needs to perform more. Hasn't been that consistent as of late, and with Gravenberch coming, hopefully that'll push him to become even better. And if not, then Gravenberch should get the starting position ahead of Goretzka. I think he's been same with Gravenberch. I think this season he's been hit or miss, and he's been out for most of the season. And I think with the amount of money he's earning, Goretzka, he needs to perform more. I think with Gravenberch coming in, Goretzka would have to improve to keep his starting position. So I think it's a really, really good signing. Really good signing for the future as well. And Mazraoui, great option in the right back position. He's really good at going forward. I think finally we have a right back since Philip Lahm that can actually attack. We haven't had that. Whilst Kimmich played there, but he moved to CDM, and then we have Pavard, sort of a centre back, and I think I'm excited for both of them, to be honest. But hopefully, Mazraoui don't get injured as much as he did in Ajax.
You actually believe that Mazraoui is like an option? I think he's a set starting lineup player. Like it's already confirmed. I think he's like the right back we've been looking for, and I think he will play every game possible.
Yeah, I think he'll be a starter. I think Mazraoui will be a starter. I think Gravenberch will be an option. I don't think, because I think as of now, Goretzka is still the starter in the team, but we'll see how the season goes on. And if it turns out Goretzka keeps getting injured, being inconsistent, I think Gravenberch deserves a chance in that starting team alongside Kimmich.
Also, things will change if we actually sign Laimer. Right? If we sign Laimer, Goretzka will even have more competition.
I think if we sign Laimer, I think we'll play a 4-3-3.
Oh,
but I don't know.
I agree.
Because if Limer's brought in the team, then I don't see the point if we're still playing 4-2-3-1, where we have Gravenberch, Kimmich, Goretzka, and we still have Sabitzer, obviously. So I think if Bouna Sarr, great player. I think agent Bouna Sarr, he might have actually affected the Mane deal.
He did actually. It's the best thing he did for us.
Yeah, legend, greatest right back of all time.
Well, if we play 4-3-3, who do we drop in the attack? Because
that's the thing.
Not Müller.
I don't think it's Müller.
No, because every time you're on Twitter, you have someone. Whenever someone puts out oh, this is my preferred lineup for next season, for some reason they always drop Müller, and I never understood
I don't get why.
He's so important to our game.
He said,
he's undroppable at this point.
Even if he plays shit, he said. I feel like even if he plays like shit, he said.
I think it's more so his recent form. His recent form hasn't been that bad, but Muller's standards has been so high as of late. So when he performs not so great, all of the fans start attacking him. I think 4-3-3, it'll be hard, I think, with Laimer. If we do bring in Laimer, I do prefer a destroy in the CDM position. I think Laimer will be. He's not that type of CDM, but I would like Laimer in the team, but I prefer a Casemiro or a Fabinho or a Rodri type.
Yeah.
I don't mind Leimer. So if we do play a 4-3-3, I think it'll be Goretzka or Kimmich, Leimer, and another one, like one player, which I don't know who will it be.
To the question on who's going to get dropped if we do play a 4-3-3, I think it will be Sane or Gnabry. I mean, the front three will be Mane, if Lewandowski stays obviously him, and Müller, with Coman having the lion's share of the remaining minutes. But I don't see how Sane or Gnabry would fit in the team.
I don't think Coman will be dropped. I think he's one of
Coman
Nagelsmann's
is one of
favorite
our
players.
great players, but if we do play with Muller on the wings, I think Muller would like to tuck in a little bit more than going wide.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I think
definitely.
I know it's weird, but putting Muller on the left is a bit weird. But I think if you put Muller on the left, that will allow Davies to play a bit more wide on the left-hand side and put Koeman on the right. I don't know, I think because if you put Muller on the left winger and let him tuck in a bit, that will allow Davies to have all that left-hand side by himself, So I think we'll see. I think Nagelsmann it's a make-or-break season, If
especially if Lewandowski stays. We have got Lewandowski, Mane, Sane, Gnabry, Coman, Müller, Musiala. I think at the very least, you're gonna have to win the domestic duel and go very far into the Champions League for it not to be to be deemed a failure, and that's a very tough job for.
Could this be the reason why we insist on Lewandowski staying, because it's Nagelsmann break season? Like, you know what I mean? Like, we want him to have the best possible squad, so that's the reason we won't sell Lewandowski, because that would mean we have a weaker squad, and Nagelsmann would need to be even more creative. As you said, the demands of the success are high. At least a double with the domestic cup, and at least semi-finals in the Champions League, which is like, it's realistic. Like, don't get me wrong, but without Lewandowski, he needs to be more creative, and like things changed. Because as we said, he's like 40 goals guaranteed every season.
But I think Nagelsmann is a manager who prefers to have a more flexible approach, right? If you have Lewandowski, you will have to play the one striker system, which is very limiting. And I think Nagelsmann is a very creative man when it comes to his formations and his tactics. And I think he would thrive under the when he has the question of how do I put out my team against X, Y, and Z opponent. And there are multiple reasons as to why I want Lewandowski gone right this summer. One would be the background noise. I think one of the reasons why we dipped the way we did after the great start to the season was the background noise, right? I think a few days before the 5-0 thrashing we received from Gladbach, there was the whole Kimmich and anti-vaxxer debate. And if you if you look at the season, it was always something in the news, more than usual. I mean, it's Bayern Munich. There's always
FC Hollywood. But I think if Lewandowski does leave, I think we need to still get another striker, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be like an Erling Haaland type of player or name. We just need a striker, an option for Julian Nagelsmann. We can't have Choupo-Moting there,
Just if you need crosses and like someone tall in the middle who can If you need that, we don't have that if Lewandowski leaves.
Well,
and maybe it's Xerxes actually. I don't know.
Exactly. That's the name that you should have at the tip of your tongue.
I always forgot how tall he is. He's actually really tall.
Xerxes, great player, but hopefully he'll get the chance to perform. I think, I think he's matured a lot. He's matured a lot as a player. And if he does get the chance to play and if he does perform, then we don't need to look elsewhere in the market. But I think that's probably the point of pre-season, for the young players to perform. Next season, I'm also excited to see Paul Vanna or Gabriel Vidovic if he does stay, and Arijon Ibrahimovic. There's a lot of young players in the youth team that I'm excited to see next season.
We also need to talk about one transfer I want, but not this season, but next season. I think some of you already know, but I think Prince wanted to say something about Xerxes.
Oh, I just wanted to say that as someone that watches Charleroi, Ghent, Genk, Anderlecht, that watched them pretty much every game this season in the Belgium league. How do I phrase this? Xerxes was better than Mbappe.
Boy, you're switching them.
Here we go.
Clip it, please.
This guy.
And quite frankly, if we give Xerxes the time that he deserves, not needs, but deserves at Bayern.
Ballon d'Or 2023 top 3 will be Nianzou, Gakpo, and Xerxes.
No.
Mukoko. Mukoko's there too.
Exactly. Daniel knows. Now, here's the thing, right? Xerxes, in my opinion, should get half the minutes that Lewandowski will get next season. Will that realistically happen? No.
If Lewandowski leaves, though.
If he does leave, yes.
Yeah,
if he leaves, I think Bayern will get a striker. And that's the issue. That's why I'd actually prefer Lewandowski staying for Xerxes' development, because I think with his comments and with him not extending, I think Xerxes is going to get more minutes that way. Now, if Lewandowski leaves, okay, Daniel kind of alluded to it already, but I think who Bayern really should be going. Okay, now Mukoko, all right, Bayern should be going for Mukoko. And the reason I bring it up is because Mukoko is clinical. He's not an all-around player, but he's clinical, and that's sort of what we need when you have so many creative players around you. You don't need to be an all-round great player. You need to be clinical. That's all it is. You need to be able to have good nose for goals, and you need to be clinical. Two things that he's got. Two things that Xerxes got as well. Now you add Xerxes' height, his strength, and also with this season that just happened, also his leadership qualities, which he didn't have previously. You combine all of that together, and I'm just like, Xerxes would be perfect. Like our attack, I'm going to be, I think I'm not going to be controversial when I say this, but our attack next season, if everyone stays and we don't sell anyone in attack, it's going to be the strongest attack we've probably ever had.
Yeah.
I think it's the strongest in Europe. Maybe PSG if they like sign someone else, but I think there's no one close.
Yeah, but PSG doesn't have any cohesion in their squad.
Yeah,
it's all the awful squad.
I think they also want to give up Neymar. I believe I read something about that. But yeah, you're right. We have the strongest attack in the history. If no one leaves, it's insane.
No,
I don't think so. No.
Ooh, go on.
Ooh, okay.
Well, look, think about it like this. Sane, he's turned up for 2 months out of 2 years. Gnabry plays like shit, but he'll get goals and assists. Coman plays well, but doesn't get output. Then Mane, we still up in the air still. So I don't know. And then Lewandowski doesn't show up in big games, so I don't think it's the best we've had.
Oh, the Lewandowski big games. Yeah.
Well,
just by the names, it's insane.
Yeah. I was just about to bring it up. Would you agree that if, say, Nagelsmann gets the best out of them, or even if the player just perform at their natural levels, that we have the best attack in Europe?
Yeah, I would agree, but that's a big if, especially with last season.
That's fair. We've talked so much about our attack because obviously with Sadio Mane joining, how could we not talk about attack? I mean, most comments here are about the attack as well. But there's a few that talk about one specific thing. I do want to bring those up because, as you all know, I know that this phrase doesn't make sense. Attack wins you games, defense wins you titles. Historically, that has not been the case. I've recently just watched a statistic video on that phrase, and it's actually not true. It's attack wins you games and defense doesn't win you anything typically. So that saying is fraudulent. But a lot of people bring this up. Defensive, another defender. In this case, defensive leader. Do we lack that? Do we lack he's got, I do find it funny, you've got a Lucas Hernandez picture saying that we need a fifth centre-back if we play a back three, which is very true. Do we think that we need another defender? I know we talked about that a little bit earlier, but do you think that should be our priority? Not midfielder, but a defender.
I think we should probably focus on a very defensive midfielder, because the thing with the defensive leader, is players can grow into leaders. I distinctly remember when Boateng arrived at Bayern Munich, he was nowhere near a leader. Within 2 years, he became one of the best centre backs in the entire world. And I can see either Hernandez or Upamecano reach that level, if I'm honest. Now, will it happen? Maybe, maybe not. But do we need a defensive leader now? I do not think so now.
Yeah, I hate
think-
that. I hate this. We need a defender.
Prioritize the CDM. I think our centre backs. I think Nianzou needs to get given a chance, to actually prove himself next season. And with a CDM that can properly defend the centre backs, I think they'll be better. I think because Lucas and Upa has been made look bad because we didn't have a proper CDM in the team. I wouldn't say Kimmich is a proper CDM, so we didn't have a proper CDM in the team. We didn't have anyone in the midfield coach in the defense. So I think with a proper CDM, I think the centre backs can improve a lot.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, under Flick, during the treble season, we conceded less goals, I believe, than compared to the following season. I'm pretty sure of that. And the reason was because Thiago, he nailed down everything that came towards the defense. And that pressing element in the, as I have alluded to earlier, in the midfield is completely missing from our game. I mean, Goretzka doesn't press. He does press, but not as much as he should. We just need one to focus, Javi Martinez style, on the defense in the midfield, and we don't have that. So that's far more important, in my opinion, than a fifth centre back.
I think that's where Lima comes in. It's actually my opinion.
Yeah, exactly, mine too.
Fair
I mean,
enough.
there's a video, you can look it up. It's on a channel called TIFO Football, called Konrad Laimer, the pressing machine, or something like that. And it's basically 5 or 6 minutes of them explaining how good he is at pressing, and how he's probably the best player in Europe when it comes to that. Like the video is 2 years old, I think, but he won't have moved out of the top bracket when it comes to that within in the span of 1 or 2 seasons. I don't think so, at least.
Well, what is everyone's opinion on Sabitzer? Should we give him up? Should we sell him, or should we give him another season? Because, as someone said, we are crowded in the midfield, right? If we get Lima as well.
I disagree. I don't think we're crowded in the midfield. I mean, if you consider, this is not only a World Cup year, this is the World Cup year, where you have a World Cup within the bloody season.
Yeah.
And I think everyone is going to the World Cup. No, Austria isn't, I think.
Yeah,
Are they?
Yeah. No,
they're not.
They're not.
Yeah, but the rest are, and we know how injury prone we are, and we know the game is getting more and more demanding physically, and the players just can't keep up. Come May, April, no player in the world is at the level they were starting the season. We just need the depth, and I hope they put Sabitzer as a sort of Müller backup, maybe more offensively than say Kimmich or Goretzka or Laimer. I think that could work out maybe without selling him, but he does come with I believe, hefty wage that we could get rid of, and we could cash in on him on the transfer market. I think for around 15 million. By the way, how the hell did Brazzo pull off Roca for 15 million? It's beyond me, but that's a topic for another time.
I'll tell you how he pulled it off. He sold to England, Leeds. That's why. That's literally all it took. It probably could have gotten more. To be fair, he should have 20 million, and they would have said yes.
And
go on.
I mean, think of how much we could sell Gnabry for if you sold him to England, to an English club. I think we'd get quite a decent price. I'm just saying it. I wanted to say, but if he does leave, we should initiate like a bidding war in England.
Oh, absolutely. Just because we haven't heard much from you lately, Daniel, what are your thoughts on the team's / weaknesses, defense, midfield? Where would you prioritize? Let's say you've got, I don't know, I'm just going to give you an imaginary number that we probably don't even have, but let's say you've got 40 million euros. Would you, get 20 million signings or whatnot? Or, where would you prioritize if you got, say, that budget to make a few more signings or maybe one statement signing for a one certain position? Where do you see our weaknesses? Where do you think we should improve? Who do you think we should improve with?
To be honest, I think there's a big identity issue in the team. So, like, if we're going to do 3 at the back or 4 at the back, I think something needs to be nailed on. Because if we're going to do 3 at the back, we need a center back. If we're going to do 4-3-3 or 4-2-3-1, we need a strong CDM destroyer. I think there's a big identity crisis too, and I think like there's a big overcrowding too. Because I think if we, I forgot who, but someone said it's maybe Sabitzer behind Muller. But then what do you do with Musiala? Because for me, Musiala has to start. Like he's probably going to be our best player for a decade. And then maybe I don't know. So I think for me, if we do 3 at the back, I would go all out on a center back. If we go for a 3 at the, if we go for a 4 at the back, probably like maybe a CDM midfielder like Limer, like a pressing machine. So that's probably how I would deal with it.
Okay, fair enough. Actually, you know what? I'll raise that question to everyone. If you got 40 million, and keep in mind, realistic transfer fees. So you can't just say, I'll try and get Mbappe for 40 million and it's gonna work because I said so. No, realistically.
Brad's is PowerPoint.
You don't have those PowerPoint. It's you, not Brad's, all right? You don't have the PowerPoint skills, all right, that he's got. But let's say you've got 40 million euros, just because that's more standardized. Who would you get? I think that's an interesting question because I sort of think I know who I would get, but I do want to let other people talk first. Ooh, silence.
So first of all, I would get Lima, as I think Daniel mentioned before. It depends on what system you prefer, or Nagelsmann prefers, and I personally always prefer the 4-2-3-1, and that's why I think Lima should come in, or 4-3-3, like 4 at the back in general, right? So I'd go for Lima for 20 to 25 million, and after that, I mean, my feelings towards Lewandowski at this point. I would like to get rid of him because here's an interesting thing, right? People always say, "Oh, if we do sell Lewandowski, we need some big striker signing," and I completely disagree because for some reason people have forgotten that the best Bayern Munich side of the past 2 or 3 decades worked perfectly fine without a world beater of a striker, which was the 2012 and 2013 season. I mean, we had Mandzukic, who was brilliant, Gomez, who was good, and Pizarro, who was up there in age, but still decent. But none of them I would classify as world-class. And it was the best and most balanced attack we've ever had.
I disagree, actually.
Okay.
I think if Lewandowski played 2012-13 with us, I think we would have been even better. It's just my opinion. I don't think that's fair to say just because they weren't as good as Lewandowski. You can say, yeah, we were. I think Lewandowski would have even improved their team. It's at least my opinion.
I wouldn't say so because, I mean, if we have Lewandowski, our game completely focuses on him. That was the issue when we went out against Paris, where Choupo-Moting had a good couple of games against them. But the system is just so reliant on that one world-class striker. Whereas with Mandzukic, Gomez, and Pizarro, it just felt a bit more flexible. Maybe it's just me. Maybe all of you disagree and I'm wrong. But I don't think 2012-13 Bayern would have been better with Lewandowski, especially considering when we did have him, he, in his first season, when still the Jupp Heynckes footprint was still very much noticeable, he didn't have that good of an output, meaning he wasn't as central back then because our team was just very well balanced. And I just want to go back to a Bayern Munich side where we are not
whenever the striker gets injured, we're like, okay, fuck it, we're out of the Champions League now automatically, which was the case against PSG. But I do see your point. I do see your point.
Interesting. Very, very, very interesting. You know what, Nadals, do you want to talk first? I'll let you go first if you want. What would you do with 40 million?
Who?
Nagels 123. If he wants to go.
Oh, it's me.
I think we've heard Daniel, we've heard you, Tawassif, and I think you're the only one left.
If we go 40 million, I would also get Lima. I believe Lima would be a good signing. Does it also include, like, if we sell Lewandowski, we need to get a striker for 20 million? Or
No, let's just imagine we keep the squad the way it is right now. We're not selling anyone.
honestly, I think we just need Lima. That's my opinion. I don't think we need anyone else. I think we are very good in the defensive part. If we play 4 on the back, play 5 in the back, I think it's a little bit different. Then we probably need another central back. But if we play 4 at the back, I don't think we need another defensive player. I think we are really good set with Richards, Davis on the left side, Mazrao, and probably Pavard on the right side if he has to play with right side. In the central back, we have Lucas, Upa, Pavard, Nianzou. I think this is a great depth we already have. I don't know. Can't think of a player I really want.
All right.
Okay, Prince, go ahead and tell us all the players we could get.
Nah, Alicia, it's just
Gakpo.
actually no, but you're close. We are talking about PSV here, not Gakpo, because I don't think we need any reinforcements in the forward positions now, unless someone leaves. But in terms of who I would get is Sangare, Ibrahim Sangare from PSV. Everyone was talking about defensive midfielder. Well, there you go. Get him 35 million, and then for the 5 remaining million, I would get Josip Sutalo from what's the team called? The Czech team. Why am I forgetting the name right now? 1 second, I'm gonna Google it.
Slavia Praha. Is that the one?
Dinamo Zagreb.
Zagreb, yeah, Zagreb,
That's
yeah.
Croatian.
Isn't that what I said?
You said Czech.
Is that Czech?
Ah, my apologies. My apologies. It's that C, all right? It's that C. But yeah, I would get Sutalo and Sangare, and that would be my 2 transfers. That way you've got both a young but very talented centre back, and you also got a young talented defensive midfielder. And I know it's sort of like a hipster choice, honestly. We've got Gravenberg, and now getting Sangare. I know it is a hit. I'm acting like a hipster right now, but I do think Sangare has the potential to do very, very well. And the main difference between him and someone like Lima is, and I haven't looked it up, so I'll do that right now. I know I'm doing this all live, but the big issue that I have with Lima, and actually no, it's not that much of an issue actually, is I felt like Lima was 26, 27. So with Sangare, you have the age thing on his side. So even if it doesn't work out, you could sell him. But Lima is only 25. So he's actually not that more experienced. So actually, you know what? I take that back. I will get Lima and I'll get Sutalo. There you go. You
Lima looks very old, to be fair. He looks at least like 29.
He's actually very young.
He's younger than me. Oh my goodness.
But he's older than me. You're very old.
I know. I'm from the Stone Age.
But there's no way we paid 30 million to Leipzig. If we actually do that, we're finished. We don't pay 30 million to Leipzig. I hope we don't. I hope we don't get desperate.
Is he valued at 30 million? I thought it was like 20, 25.
They want 30.
They want 30.
What?
Yeah. It's just because it's
Get
Bayern.
Sangare.
Yeah, it's because there's Bayern and they don't want to sell to Bayern. I honestly completely understand that. But yeah, 30 million. I think they would be getting 20 million from Manchester United, but they only want 30 million from us. Like, they could be the case.
I don't blame them.
Yeah, to be fair, neither do I.
Yeah.
Two things from me that I do want to say. One, the club. I mean, I think it was I don't know who it was that said this earlier, but the club with signing Mane, just to kind of go back to what we mentioned at the very beginning, because it kind of just stuck to me. This signing is huge. From like an international fan base kind of perspective, because it's been a while since Bayern have had like a, you could obviously Buenos Aires, but it's been a while since Bayern have had a African superstar.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think the last one, honestly, was my memory today is absolutely terrible. 2014 or 15, the centre back that we signed, Moroccan.
Benatia?
Benatia. That's the one. As I said, my memory today is just absolutely terrible. But like, we haven't had a true superstar from Africa in a long time. I know people don't care, but also people do care, and I don't understand.
I do care, yeah.
I do care. I honestly care so much about that.
Like the numbers, people go crazy with. Oh, we've got 100,000 likes on Twitter.
Yeah. And then they get cooked for that. They say, "Oh, why do you care about Twitter likes? Why should I not care about that?" Like honestly, I hate it. I hate how Manchester City announced some random ass player get 300,000 likes on that, while we get like 8K likes on Gravenberg. What is this shit?
That is the one chink in our armor when it comes to how the club is run. That's true. The one thing that the English clubs and Real Madrid and Barcelona have ahead of us is their presence in emerging markets, or in other words, Africa, Asia. Look at Manchester United. They have been shit for the best part of a decade, but they still have the second largest fan base in the world. It's all due to the marketing.
I think there's a way to fix it though this summer. I'm going to get a lot of shit for this, but if Lewandowski goes, I would go all out on Ronaldo.
Oh,
because he would be cheap. I think he would take a wage cut to play in the Champions League. He'll get us the money from jersey sales. He'll get us the audience in the Bundesliga, and he can get goals in the big games. I would go all out on him.
The thing about
the jersey set,
that's not true. That's not true because Adidas only gives you like 10% of the sales. So if Bayern Munich sold, say, a million Ronaldo kits with 100 euros each, we'd still only get like 10 million, which is still fine, but it's not enough to
as much,
the money.
Even then, though, the eyes on the club is a lot more, though.
Well,
but
to sort of also to counter your point, I know Towsif and Niles basically just did that with the search sales, but as far as I remember, Bayern had the most kit sales this season.
Yeah.
But I don't believe that.
I think that list is bogus. I don't believe it for 1 second because PSG that was the year when PSG signed Messi, Neymar, and Mbappe, and they had less sales than Dortmund. I don't believe that for 1 second.
That's not true though. That's never true. I mean, honestly, even in Germany, I think PSG is one of the top 3 most sold kits. Like, I'm not joking.
Because when they signed Messi, so many people were like, I'm gonna buy a PSG kit just for Messi, and PSG has done a very good job.
They actually did,
turning themselves into a fashion
lifestyle club. Yeah, they are actually great at that. You gotta admit that. I think I have a thesis on why we are not that successful on the international press relevancy. I think it's like we are too German. If that makes sense to you, like we are actually a too German club. You can see that at Borussia Dortmund. They got better numbers than us on Twitter. It's because they are not like this. Their name, everything, their club, their badge, everything. It's not that German like Bayern München.
I'm gonna counter
Bavarian. Oh, you think? Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna counter that. I don't think we're too German. I think we're too Bavarian.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. Yeah, good one. Yeah.
We all saw the Servo scandal there.
I think they actually removed it, right? They removed that.
Yeah, they removed it.
Yeah,
they haven't. I'm literally on that right now.
It doesn't say translate for me yet.
The English version, the FC Bayern EN has it. I don't know about the German one.
Yeah, the issue with that is that they haven't added any other words, any other German words for it to pick up that it's meant to be German or Bavarian. They just said Servus, and I think the AI just thought, all right, Servus is a Latin word, so I'm just going to translate Latin into English. And
that kind of backfired. Yeah, but it's many people have suggested or just cut the word Servus out, which is ridiculous, right? If you've ever lived in Bavaria, and I mean Bavaria, not Munich, because Munich is not Bavaria. Bavaria, you use that word at least 10 to 20 times in your daily
it's a daily word
routine.
But Prince, we're too Bavarian, and that's why we will never be as popular as the other clubs.
Yeah.
I definitely.
Do you think that's a problem though? And could it even be fixed? Like, I don't even know how you would want to fix that.
Well, okay. I'm not a social media manager, but here's how I would fix it. All right.
I also have a take on that.
One, you've got FC Bayern US. I mean, let's just talk specifically Twitter because I don't really use Instagram or any of the other social media, so I only know Twitter really. You've got FC Bayern US, you've got FC Bayern EN, like the wider market, and FC Bayern. You obviously you've got the Arabic one as well. You've got
the goats,
the Spanish
Brazilian one, the Argentinian one.
The Argentina one is wild. They are amazing.
I don't even think it's official though.
And then it doesn't have a tick, unfortunately, but it's amazing. When we were drawn with Barcelona for the group stages last year, they posted like a smiling picture of Vegeta in his Martin Vegeta.
They did. That's a good one. But go on, Prince.
Yeah, my issue is we have too many, and that's not a negative thing. But usually it's not a negative thing, but it doesn't make sense for us. And I'll tell you why it doesn't make sense. Why do we have a Spanish Bayern Twitter, and why do we have a Portuguese one? We don't have as far as I'm aware, we don't have a Portuguese player. You know, it makes sense with a lot of these other clubs. You know, when they get like say a Japanese player, that they then have a Japanese Twitter. That makes sense because you reach a wider audience that way.
Mm-hmm.
With Bayern, here's the thing, right? How many French players do we have in the team? Or French-speaking players?
7, 8?
Yeah, we have a lot.
7, 8. Where is the French-speaking Bayern Twitter?
Wait,
do we not have one?
We don't have one.
That's what I mean. We're not taking advantage of
so
the players in our squad.
That's true, yeah.
We have an FC Bayern US and an English one. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's nonsensical. Yeah.
As a counterpoint, though, like let's say you have a Japanese Bayern. If a Japanese player joins, what do you do with the Twitter when the player leaves? Do you just stop using it? Like, I think it's good to have all the languages, even if you don't have a player on the team.
My issue is that we should have the main Bayern Munich account post in English, and then have a German one. I know that won't go well with most of the German and Bavarian fans, which I am also a part of, but we have a disadvantage when it comes to our language and culture. I mean, why does Real Madrid not have that problem? Because they have the Latin American and the Spanish markets. The same with PSG and French. But I believe PSG's main account tweets in English, if I'm not mistaken. But anyways, they have the North African market. We have nothing compared to that. We have the German, Swiss, part of the Swiss, and the Austrian markets, and that's it. And we just need to switch into English for our main channels. I think that would change quite a bit. That's not the only solution, obviously, but I mean it's the right step into the right direction.
One more thing, or maybe a few more things, but one more key thing is, and I know it's an odd one, but I'm not aware of Bayern having a Weibo account. Again, I'm not. I don't use Weibo myself, but it's huge in like Chinese and Japanese markets. Now, the reason why I bring this up is because we have the largest fan base in China in terms of football. Now, the thing with China is obviously they can't go on Twitter. That's blocked. That's banned. You know, that's.
Wait, actually, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did a lot of stuff in like 2014, 15, 16. That we have an office in Shanghai, I think.
Yeah, Shanghai.
Yeah. And as I said, as far as I'm aware, we don't have a Weibo account. Now, again, I'm not 100% sure because I don't use it myself. But those are things that will help your market presence. You know, everyone talks about TikTok. I don't use TikTok, so I wouldn't know. But how big, for those, if anyone here uses TikTok,
Yeah,
how
I do.
big are we on TikTok? Are we
It's
like,
actually not that small as you think. I think we are actually. I think the Sadio Mane announcement already reached like over 1 million views and like 500,000 likes. I think it's actually decent.
I think we
And-
could do better on TikTok though, especially with like Davies in the team. I think if you have
Yeah.
like face of our TikTok,
Just let him run it.
yeah,
See, that's quite well, that's why I actually like the Bayern YouTube side of things. And I know I'm
Yeah.
saying that because I'm a YouTuber, but no, I actually like the Bayern YouTube side of things. Because you look at the content, right? And I don't watch all of their videos. I don't. I typically like, for 3-4 times a year, I'll go to on their channel and then just like watch all the videos in a row. Yesterday, I
Summer
saw
games,
that they
yeah.
uploaded the summer games. Exactly. That's
Yeah.
different. That's
It's
unique.
brilliant. It's very good.
That's that keeps people engaged because it's not just a one and done series. I mean, a lot of people love the Tomats challenge, because it was a recurring thing. The summer games is a recurring thing. Even like the the Bavarian challenges or whatever it is, with the
Why would Lewandowski not be part in the summer games? Anyone thought about that? Actually,
was
it
last
was
year.
kind of weird because obviously they chose like the most popular players. Lewandowski is surely one, and he wasn't.
Also,
I
not
can't
Gnabry. Gnabry is also missing.
Yeah, now he's also missing.
There we go.
Mm,
It all
I
makes
think
sense now.
I have a big issue with the Bayern YouTube too, though, because if you look at Man City's YouTube channel, it's so much better. When they have
Yeah,
the
it is.
Inside City series, they do the 30-minute videos when the players announce. They do the whole medical. I think they have a much better. I think if we follow the Man City model, we'll be a lot better off too.
They do food testing and stuff, but we don't do that.
Yeah, you see, I agree with what you said, Daniel, but I also don't, and I'll tell you why. I think our videos, the viewers might not agree with me here, but I think our videos are better for a neutral, whereas Manchester City videos are better for a Man City fan. If that makes sense. So like you could hate Bayern and you still watch the summer games. Whereas if you're not a Man City fan, why are you watching the announcement videos? If that makes sense.
I think the summer games are good, but I think when it comes to like the actual club itself, I think it would be cool to have those 30-minute videos or like an inside Bayern thing on the side too, along with the summer games.
I agree. I think I just don't think we have the nuance to really do multiple things at once. If our social media presence on Twitter has shown us anything, it's either be extremely cringe or be extremely professional. There's no in between.
It makes me so angry, bro. It makes me so angry. I know so many people who be like, yeah, I don't care. As long as we are good in the Champions League, I don't care about Twitter likes. Shut up, bro. Why could I not care about both?
By the way, just on the side note, because Prince, you were talking about the presence in China. I'm currently working as a working student in a brand licensing agency in Munich. And we are currently working on a deal with a Chinese toy manufacturer, which creates like models of things out of Legos pieces. And we are talking with them about Bayern Munich and how we want to license and sell Bayern Munich products in China. So I'm currently working on that. So I'll keep you posted. Maybe we will move some things.
You just broke your NDA.
I don't care.
But yeah, as I said, we need to leverage our, and actually when you think about it, maybe because we have the largest audience, we have the largest audience in China, maybe that's why the shirt sales are so high. That could be the reason. Like we don't see it because I don't think any of us are in China, but maybe that is the reason why we're number one when it comes to shirt sales and kit sales for.
But as Joseph said, Dortmund being higher than PSG doesn't make sense for me. Like not at all. Doesn't make sense for me. You're right. I think Chinese kit sales are insane, but Dortmund being higher up than PSG. I mean, how would you explain that, Prince? Like, you actually think there's a reason?
I'll give you an explanation. The people that buy the Messi kits, let's just say Messi kits, right? The PSG Messi kits, right? They'll probably buy fake ones, whereas the people that buy Dortmund kits will buy the genuine kits for full price, and that's why Dortmund is higher than PSG's. Even though more people wear a quote-unquote PSG kit, half of them, or maybe 3/4 of them, or whatever, are fake, and that's why it doesn't count for the statistics and the numbers.
Because nobody in his right fucking mind would ever counterfeit a BFB kit. People want to buy that.
Yeah. I still think Bayern put out that little study on the jersey sales, though. I think they put that out themselves. No way we're top.
Who do you think are our best top 5 players selling kits? Like
Lewandowski,
yeah.
Müller, Sane, I think.
Kimmich.
Those
Kimmich,
three
I
have
think,
to. Kimmich, that's right.
Musiala.
Musiala is
Yeah.
number 1 in the US.
Yeah.
is great.
Musiala and Davis by far are the most. I mean, if we're including Sadio Mane, I know he hasn't got a shirt yet, but he's going to be number 1 and number 2. It's going to be Lewandowski, Davis, Musiala, Mane, and then throwing the 5th one, I'll say probably Kimmich.
Yeah.
Just because I don't think it would be Müller typically. I think, but I think Müller is just he'll be the most sold probably in Germany, but not internationally. Whereas someone like Kimmich is more appreciated internationally.
That's true.
Yeah, he is actually. If we lose Lewandowski, we'd lose a lot of PR. It's actually my opinion. I think we would. I think he's like his like followership, Polish and international is actually huge. We would miss that if we lose. I don't think we have a player like him. I mean, okay, Mane is actually a player like him, but Lewandowski did a huge thing.
I would even say Mane has a larger following just because he's Muslim than than Lewandowski, because most Muslims they love Mane.
I probably agree with you, honestly. I wasn't really expecting it, but I really noticed it like yesterday and today, like how my Twitter that is like pretty much exclusively really just German focused, German and US focused. And obviously I've got like 6 different Twitters, like some of them are not even football Twitters, and even those are talking about Sadio Mane. People that I've never seen mention football in their life before were mentioning Sadio Mane. So just him, and obviously, honestly, as I said, it's the African kind of thing. You mentioned it, the Muslim thing, but also the African thing that I think will really, how would I phrase this? Will be like a 2-punch knockout almost. You know, he'll go straight to the top or at second place in terms of like popularity on kit sales for Bayern.
You think Lewandowski would still be first?
Yeah.
If he stays?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
I actually think so as well. I think he's too popular, but he's like 60 million Instagram followers. He's like, he's huge.
It's not even that. It's just he's got the stats on his side. And when you have the stats on your side, people don't care. People that don't watch you week in, week out, non-Bayern fans will buy his kit. Whereas, like, ask a non-Bayern fan, right? If I live in the UK, I think most people know that. I live in Manchester, right? Granted, last week I did see someone with a Bayern kit. And I went, my old place that I worked at, we had a German girl that joined my workplace, and I saw her with like a Bayern bag once, and I was like, wait, what? What's going on here?
Yeah.
But like, you're not gonna see Bayern stuff in Manchester. The only thing Bayern that you'll see in Manchester is honestly 2 names. 1, Lewandowski. 2, for some reason, Müller. And I think Müller in Manchester because he was linked to Manchester United.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And like, you wouldn't see any other player here. Now, of course,
Schweinsteiger maybe.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. But I was talking about like the current, active players. But like, you wouldn't get that. Now, of course, every country is different. But when you're talking about a whole continent, that's why I think Sadio Mane will be second, and I think Lewandowski will still be first. But I think it'll be like neck and neck. I think like the difference is going to be negligible. Like it's going to be like 5,000 5,000 kits between them. It's like, okay, you might as well just both be one.
I think Indian and Chinese players, fans will still buy Lewandowski. I think
because there's more Lewandowski jerseys in circulation, Mane's will be the one to gain more traction. Because more people already have Lewandowski jerseys than Mane.
Yeah, that's also, I have one. So yeah.
Because if you have a Lewandowski jersey, you're probably not going to buy another one. That's why I think
No,
Mane.
I certainly won't buy any Lewandowski trikot
Yeah.
kit anymore.
I am planning on not buying any jerseys with some player's name on it, because obviously when you're younger you always idolize players, but as you grow older, it's just about the club for you. And first of all, it's much cheaper without the player on it, and second of all, players come, players leave. They don't identify as much with the club anymore. So why should I identify with them? So I'll just go with the blank one.
Fair. I'm going to raise a counter argument because I always like raising counters because we all agree constantly. So I'm constantly thinking of like, how could I raise counter arguments to that? Here's why Lewandowski will still have the number one shirt sales. It's his presumably, it's his final season at Bayern.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that
sooner than
yeah,
later.
but
you're underweight. How many fans hate Lewandowski already?
Yeah, exactly my point.
Especially in Germany, but they don't like him at all.
But here's the thing: in Germany, people don't like him now. In Spain, that's different. Barcelona fans might just get a Bayern kit with his name on it and pretend, oh, it's a Barcelona kit. It's our player.
Switch.
Yeah, but the majority of people who buy Bayern kit are still domestic German fans.
Absolutely. I don't disagree with that. I'm just raising a counterpoint to all the talk that we've had.
Can I bring in a very, very controversial take on something? I want to hear your opinion on that. I think, don't quote me, but I think we should consider redesigning our logo.
No.
I want to hear you out first. Why you think that?
Okay, as Prince said, we are very, very, very in focus, and I know a club name is Bayern München, and I don't want to change that at all. I think our club missing one of these, I would say, aesthetic point by having like this club badge for that long time. I think the way Manchester City and also Juventus changed. I know many people don't like Juventus badge, but I think in the long part it helped them. I think they raised their kit sales, the merchandise sales, everything grow after they changed their logo. I know many people don't like it, but I think people now grew on them. They think it's actually a good logo. That's why I believe a logo change could also bring in even more attention to the club. Everyone was talking about Juventus. Everyone. They said, they ruined their badge, but they actually didn't.
I don't think the Juve logo is what got them the sales. I think it was just the Ronaldo propaganda.
Oh, that's also true. Yeah, Ronaldo was a big part of that. Fair, but I think a logo change.
Also, fun story, because Manchester City changed their logo back to the original one because they had changed it when the new owner took over, I believe. And then now they've recently changed it back to the original one. But you just underestimate how deep of a connection the main fan base, which by Munich, the board will be listening to the domestic fan base more than they are going to the international one. And they will be shred to pieces at the next AGM. I mean, we've already seen it in last year's meeting, where Brazzo and Heine were booed. They are actually going to storm the stage if they decide to change the logo, except if they change it back to what it was. Like 1945 one. Maybe not that one, but the one.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Prince, what do you think?
Well, I was letting you all speak. Just because I wanted to bring this idea up. Let's say they put the Münchner Wappen, the Münchner Kindle, on the incorporate that somehow into the logo. Would that go down well? I think it would. I think that's how you can spin a change in logo, and I don't think that's how you avoid having people storm the AGM. If you have the Munich, the city of Munich symbol.
Yeah, but realistically, there's no place within the logo where it would look good. But what I think is what they will do and what they should do is incorporate it into the kit.
like at the back of it where it says Mir Samir, maybe have the Münchner Kindle right below or above that. That would be a perfectly fine, I think.
Fair point.
Maybe not the
I
logo.
think they do it with some of the merchandise. They already do that, but yeah, not on the kit.
mean,
I was
the
just an
last-
idea, right?
Yeah.
It was just an idea because
It's a good idea. It's a good idea. Actually.
I thought because I think Juventus is quite happy with their change, but as you said, maybe it's not the right thing for Bayern. I just think the Bayern, as Prince said, the Bavarian flag in it, Bayern being very connected to like Bavaria as a state, to Bavarian maybe. Guess I maybe would have changed that, but yeah, even the club name says Bayern, so yeah, how would you want to change that? You can't change the club name because that would be the end.
Okay, now let's apologies, voice crack here. I blame the hay fever for that one. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, let's go through some comments. It's been a while since we've looked at some comments. I do like this one to start with. Which one would you let go between those? I think we talked about obviously between Lewandowski and Gnabry, so on and so forth. But if you could if you had to let go of one, let's say you're forced to let go of one this summer, who would you let go?
I would let go of Lewandowski just because I don't want to scream his name in the Allianz Arena next season. So yeah.
Are you native German?
Yeah, I'm native.
Oh, okay. I would actually also sell Lewandowski. I think all of the other ones they still at least want to stay at the club. I don't know about Gnabry, but Lewandowski said it publicly, and I don't think that's good. I don't want people like that.
Daniel?
Yeah, there's no way back from Lewandowski or what he did. I think with Sané, you can get rid of him next summer if he has a bad season again. But I think Lewandowski right now has to go.
Fair. I'd say Gnabry. Just because, as I said, typically I would say Lewandowski, but I'm keeping Lewandowski out of principle because I feel like if we sell him, then it just sets a bad precedent that other people can, do the same thing. They can just go public and we, back down. And I think it just turns it into a banter club. So Gnabry, just because of, the thought that maybe he leaves next season on a free, that's why he would be my choice. Next up, Yusuf Aisha again. First of all, thanks for being here for this whole time. Do you think Borussia Dortmund can win the Bundesliga next season after their signings? I'm going to go I'm going to go first just because I'm going to keep it very short. No, they're a banter club. Don't expect anything from them. Honestly, they'll look good the first 5 games or so. Then halfway through the season, they'll suddenly lose to Augsburg, Frankfurt, and who else is at the bottom? Bochum.
Mainz, they always lose against Mainz.
Mainz.
We also struggle to Mainz though.
Yeah, Mainz is vicious.
But that's the Dortmund. They'll win 1 week. They'll win against Leverkusen and Gladbach. They'll beat Gladbach 6-0 after Gladbach have just embarrassed us 5-0. And then everyone's like, oh, look at them. Gladbach beat Bayern 5-0 and Dortmund beat them 6-0. Dortmund is really in it for the challenge now. They're challenging for the title, and then they lose against Mainz. And well, no comment. That's why that's a no from me.
Yeah, I would completely agree. I think they don't have what it takes, and at the end of this season, they always have that run of form where they're decent enough, where it papers over the cracks, and everyone goes, "Oh, next year will be our year. We just need to bring a bit more reinforcement in." And come November, they'll go, "Oh, congratulations, Bayern Munich for the championship. It's so boring in Germany." Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, they're not going to win it. But I do have hope for them in the Champions League. I hope they will get into the quarterfinals. I think that's the ceiling, and if they're lucky, they can get there.
How do you rate their new manager, or let's say old new manager? Yeah, Terzic.
I mean, the fans seem to love him not only because he identifies with the club, but also because he actually has them play very decent football. So, but I have no clue. I'm just gonna take their word for it. They're gonna have a
title. Yeah,
they won the DFB Cup. Yeah. So yeah, let's just say very strong season. runners up to the league and the cup, and hopefully quarterfinal in the Champions League, and that's good enough for them.
What you say, Daniel?
Yeah, I like they had a decent summer. Like they just signed Haller. I don't rate him that much, to be honest. I don't think they've had a good summer, but I don't think it's anywhere near enough to compete with Bayern. No way, especially after you lose Holland. I don't see it at all.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. Next quick fire question. This one. What do you think of the new kit? I'll go first again, just because again mine should pretty quick. I haven't liked a Bayern kit since like 2014, since the Oktoberfest kit from 2014.
Yeah.
That was the last Bayern kit that I liked. I typically like the pure red ones. I know they're just basic, they're simple, blah blah blah. But I think whenever they try and incorporate anything blue in it, I mean I do own them, so it's not like I hate them, but they're not at the top of my list, and so I'm more neutral, but also more leaning towards dislike.
As for me, they're perfect for me because they're not they don't look good enough for me to buy them, but they look good enough on the players so that it looks good on the pitch. So yeah, what I would love is a kid in like burgundy red, not burgundy, but like this dark wine red, which we had in the Champions League, I think 2007, and a red white striped kit like in 2011. I would love to have those kits back. But yeah, right now it's not doing too much for me. Besides, like the horizontal lines, they make it look fat, and everyone's gonna look like Niklas Süle next season.
I honestly think it's an average kit. I don't like it. I don't hate it. It's fine. I'm just happy that I don't have to buy it because it looks so good. I actually really like the kit. I think it was 2014. Contra to you, Twins. I like the one. I think it was the one where Lewandowski joined. It was his first season. It was this blue red stripe. I actually liked it a lot. And Bayern had a huge sale because Germany won the World Cup. So it's like I need to buy one now. If I ever wanted to buy one, it's like this time. But yeah, I'm not that huge on kids, to be fair.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I don't really like this kid that much because of the horizontal stripes. But I'm surprised they haven't like released the away jersey at all yet.
Yeah, that's weird. That's really weird.
Today would have been a great day to announce it if they showed it, with the away kit.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
That would have been the real marketing play. Have Sadio Mane join, and Wilder also announcing the new kit. That would have sold.
Which is also weird. It's a bit off topic, but why hasn't any team released their World Cup kit yet from the international teams? That's a bit. It feels a bit weird to me. I mean, there's only 2 games left until the World Cup. Only like 5 or 6 months.
You're gonna watch the World Cup, or? Yeah, I saw.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm
a hypocrite, all right.
I'm also a hypocrite. I can't admit. I can't. Well, how do I miss this? They were playing Germany against Spain. What should I do? Fucking watch? I don't know. Netflix? Nah.
The thing is, I am so disgusted by the World Cup at the moment, but also watching World Cup with my family is a family tradition. Yeah. Like probably we celebrate that shit like it's a Muslim it's like Eid, right? We decorate our entire halls in the black, red, and gold. And man, if we went brown, people would think we're Nazis. I'm not even joking. During the World Cup, we my God, and it's weird.
I fell in love with football on World Cup 2006.
Yeah,
actually.
Me too.
If you lived in Germany, it was 2006.
Yeah,
let's be honest.
Yeah. That was my first proper football game. Germany, Costa Rica, 9th June.
Actually, and then Lance scored this bang, and I was an immediate Bayern fan, and I loved everything.
Yeah, so, that's why I became Bayern fan, because Miroslav Klose, which is to this day my hero.
God, we are so common.
Yeah.
We are all the same.
Honestly, I think out of most people became Bayern fans fun enough, during World Cups. Either 2002 with Oliver Kahn or 2006 with, well, first game.
Schweinsteiger, Lahm, and
Exactly.
everyone. But do you think that's actually important for the future? Because we tend to go away with we need the national team in our squad thing. You know what I mean? Like we always had like a big German partner club, but we tend to go away with that. We have more French players now. We don't have the defense line on Germany is more BVB focused than Bayern focused. We still have a big part like Kimmich, Goretzka, Gnabry, Sané. They're all Bayern players. Miller, but what should we continue to sign players who play the German national team? I think of Wirtz maybe in the future. We have Musiala, but yeah, let's see how it goes.
Here's the thing, right? We're always going to shop first and foremost in the German market.
Yeah.
One, familiarity. Two, the players will already be accustomed to the league. And of course, all teams don't play the same, but there is an element of style, an element of just tactical similarity between most teams in Germany, all right? So we're always going to look at the German market first and foremost. And here's the thing. The German market is naturally, I think, going to be dominated by, well, Germans.
Yeah.
So if there are world-class German players, we're going to be in for them. If there are players
that in for Wirtz?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh,
Absolutely.
I hope so.
I think the issue with Wirtz is one, injured right now. I think maybe like if he wasn't injured, I think he could have. I don't want to put that out there, but he could have been that big signing this summer instead of Sadio Mane.
Yeah.
But I also don't think Wirtz would be stupid enough to go to Bayern this summer. So because it's a World Cup year, and Flick basically said it outright. Yeah, Flick basically said that Wirtz is in my plans. Depending on how his injury goes, he'll still go to the World Cup or not, depending on how his injury recovery goes. So Wirtz is clearly planned for the German national team. He's clearly at his young age already a key player for both his. I mean, he was the best player for Leverkusen. Let's not get it twisted.
Yeah.
He was the best young player in the world as well.
Yeah, agree.
I like you can't have all that and not have Bayern interested. When Götze was the best youngster in the world, guess who signed him? Bayern.
But he was cheap though. Wirtz will not be cheap. Any place for Leverkusen, they don't sell to us.
No.
Back in the day, he was
exactly.
quite pricey.
Yeah,
Exactly. 40 million. 37 million, which was Götze, I believe.
Yeah, you're right. It wasn't
not
cheap.
He was the second most expensive player.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Martinez was 40 and Götze was 37.
if Götze was at Dortmund now as a kid, I think he would easily be over 100. Easy.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
He'd be like Wirtz, which, the numbers for Wirtz are also around that 100 million mark.
He would be far more expensive than Wirtz because keep in mind, Götze was not only vital, he was central to them winning 2 Bundesligas, 1 DFB Pokal, and reaching the Champions League final. Yeah. He was one of them, if not the main man. And if Wirtz were to pull up and win the Bundesliga for Leverkusen, you could only imagine what kind of market value he would get then.
Well, I'm going to counter that point a little bit. I don't think that's the reason why Götze would be more expensive than Wirtz. I do think Götze would be more expensive, but I think the real reason why he would be more expensive is, there are 2 reasons. One, his style of play. You look at Wirtz, and it's very... How am I going to put this without sounding rude? Okay, I mean this in the absolute nicest way, but it's very simple.
Okay.
His play is very simple. Then you look at young Götze's play, and I was a kid. I was a kid back then. That's my excuse, right? I know it was like 10 years ago, but I was a kid 10 years ago, right? But you look at Götze's play as a youngin, right? And he looks maybe just to me, but he looked like the next Messi.
Yeah,
I know
yeah,
every
exactly.
player
He did.
but
He was so flamboyant.
No, that was common. Like everyone said that.
and that's what makes him more expensive. Because his style of play is so attractive to watch. It's more marketable. There's a reason why you can have like a Brazilian. I don't mean to throw shade, by the way, when I say this, but there's a reason you can have like a Brazilian in your team that is as good as, say, Gnabry, but that Brazilian in that team will be called a much better player than, say, someone like Gnabry, even though they're both getting the exact same numbers, they're both doing the stats are identical, but because that Brazilian has more flair, Douglas Costa would be a good example.
Yeah.
They're just more marketable, and that by itself is a tremendous.
Do you guys remember the Turkish Messi, Emre Mor?
Yeah.
He was supposed to light up the Bundesliga.
I think the player aspect is heavily underrated on players, and you are right. That's why Mbappe is like, I mean, yeah, he is one of the best, but him being French, and I don't want to, but he's French, born in Paris, everything that makes him like such a star, right?
Also, not only Brazilians, but also English players. Imagine Philipp Lahm were English. He would be the best. He would have won 3 Ballon d'Ors. He deserved them. He was the most consistently world-class player in the world for like 10 years. But he won shit.
So on the individual award. Yeah, that's what Prince was saying, right? It's all about stats and about scoring goals. Philipp Lahm was not about scoring goals. He was just...
Oh, yeah. Remember when people said Kimmich is already a better right back than Philipp Lahm? You know, probably defensively one of the best, probably the best right back in football history. And people were saying, no. That 24-year-old Kimmich, who played as a right back for 2 or 3 seasons, much better than Philipp Lahm already. That shit pissed me off so much at the time.
That's dumb. If someone asked why would Leverkusen never sell players to us, I think it's just like Rudi Völler never sold to us. I think the last one was Lucio, if I remember correctly. It's like they don't like it. They would rather sell to Premier League clubs, and even if they get like 10 or 20 millions less, they would still sell it abroad and sell it to Bayern.
Yeah, that's very smart of them.
That's why I never understood when people said we should get Schick, because they'll never sell to us.
Yeah, they won't. But for Wirtz, it's different, though. I think we should really be into him, like going for him. I think it's like...
Well, the thing with Wirtz is apparently he's got a release clause. I don't know how true it is because that news changes every single year. Last year he didn't have a release clause. This year he's got a release clause for next summer. Who knows? But if he does have a release clause, I think the rumors are like 57 million. I think that's what I read last time.
No way.
57 would be way too... Nah, I don't think that...
Leverkusen they're not that dumb to do 57.
Even 75 seems a little bit like on low side. You sure you had 57?
I think that's what I read, yeah.
I'd pay that myself if that was true.
You've got 57?
Honestly.
Hey.
57 million for Wirtz, well, that would be the best transfer.
Would Razor go for
no brainer. Like, if you don't trigger that release clause, you're dumb.
But yeah, I do. I don't. How long is his contract? I'm actually gonna check now. How long his contract?
I think 26.
26.
26. Yeah.
26.
Whoa.
He extended it, but if he extends that for that long time, there must be like a verbally agreed. You can leave when there's offer arrives like 80 to 90 millions, and it's like if offer arrives after 2023, you can leave if you want.
The annoying thing as well as this, apparently he's a Barcelona fan.
No way.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but he's also a Bayern fan. We saw his kid doing this training with the kid. Yeah.
But to be honest, that changes very quickly when money is involved. Then all of a sudden, everyone was a Barcelona fan as a kid, although that's not true. So I don't think.
I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know who you're talking about, Towson.
was it?
Sorry.
What?
I was gonna say for Wirtz to be the biggest young German to play the biggest German club, I think he'd have to do it if Bayern goes.
Yeah, he has.
That's a match made in heaven, I think. Like, as much as I love Müller,
I don't think he's going to be at the level in 2 years that he's in right now, maybe 3. But he's going to need a successor. And at the same time, Gnabry, Sané, and Coman, they'll all enter their 30s by that time. We need Musiala, Wirtz leading Bayern, and Kimmich obviously, but Musiala, Wirtz leading the attack for Bayern Munich.
Yeah.
That would be a dream come true for me.
Hear me out. We missed on Havertz for good reason. I think it was a smart decision by us not going for Havertz. But not going for Wirtz would be so dumb, in my opinion. Havertz, I was completely fine with that. He going to Chelsea. I didn't rate him as high, to be honest. But Wirtz, bro, if you see Wirtz play, that's the only reason I watched Leverkusen games, because of this guy. He's so good. And when he was injured, I never felt so bad for a player who wasn't playing for Bayern.
Yeah.
How would you fit Musiala and Wirtz in the same team? It's been interesting to think about.
Yeah, that's true.
That's an easy question.
Okay.
I'd been Sané, and if Gnabry doesn't want to extend, I'd been Gnabry. Then you've got space. You can put Musiala on the wing and have Wirtz, replace Müller. Simple.
Yeah, I think Wirtz is the Müller replacement, not Musiala. I also believe that. Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing with Musiala as well is he used to play striker in his youth, as far as I'm aware. So, Lewandowski. Then Lewandowski, then Müller. I'm sorry, Musiala.
I love Musiala, man. I'm so happy we got him.
Yeah, it's the one thing. I watched him live a few weeks ago in the Germany-England game, and sometimes even like the senior players, right? They just wanted to pass the ball quickly and not to make mistakes. That kid took the ball every time he got it and said, "You know what? Let me have a go at it."
Yeah,
And he just ran. And whenever he loses the ball, he says, no, and tries everything he has to get it back. I still think his first touch, for instance, could need some improvement, and he needs to make the decision when to pass and when to shoot quicker. He always wants to do that one flick more that is unnecessary, but that's the only weakness I see in his dribbling. He's so impressive, honestly. I hope he gets more game time.
I love how everyone in Germany loves him, even if they're not Bayern fan. He's a fan favorite in Germany, and that's so, man. I just love this guy, man. He's 18 or 9. How old is he? 19?
18, 19.
Yeah.
18.
He's already a fan favorite in the German national team, bro.
Yeah.
Everyone wanted him to play against England in the Euros. And they heard, I'm telling you, 60% of people who only watch German games, they heard of him the first time, and they're already in love with him. That's the power of national team.
My sisters, they watch Bayern Munich occasionally, especially my older sister, like the Champions League games. The first time he came on for us, when she watched it like 5 seconds, and she's like, "I love this guy. I want him to."
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. Against Hungary, he delivered. Against England, I don't know. I actually missed the England game because I was in a delayed train.
Don't be sad. You missed good. Trust me.
Yeah. I was very happy. Not happy, but relieved. I missed it. I was fuming at the time because I was stuck in some dumb train because the Deutsche Bahn fucked it up again. But in retrospect, it was better because I hate England with a burning passion, and watching us lose to them would have probably sent me into a mental hospital.
Also, the way we lost, I don't remember, bro. So, what is this question? Where's the bigger potential? Banner or Vidovic?
It's a very simple question, honestly. Now, here's the thing. Vanna got scammed. That's
honestly, that's so true. We scared them so
Konrad is Brazzo.
I feel bad for him. I feel bad.
Yeah, we didn't want him to join Borussia Dortmund. I think there was serious interest from them. And we saw that and said him, "Whoa, here is the PowerPoint. You will be starting player in 2025 when Müller leaves. Yeah, everything is agreed." And then he never plays. Like, we honestly didn't want him to join Borussia Dortmund. I think that's the reason.
He got scammed. If I was him, I'd get a lawyer, honestly.
Yeah, honestly, you got scammed so hard. If we go for words, bro.
Nah. The thing is, right, with him, you had Bild, Kicker, Sky Sports, everyone talk about him like, Bayern plans with him. They want to play him every game. They want to give him all these minutes. The guy plays for like 2 minutes, has a very good 2 minutes, to be fair.
Yeah,
right?
it was good. Against
And
Gladbach,
then,
actually.
all the news comes out, and he suddenly extends his contract. And guess what? Doesn't play another second after that.
It looks very bad for our academy, though. It looks very bad for everyone else to see that.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, it does. But what shall we do? Like, okay, I mean, yeah, you could bring him on after the title was decided. We were out of the Champions League and stuff. Maybe you could forward that on Julian why you didn't bring him in, but
the thing is also for Nagelsmann is when he plays him, everyone else gets upset. If it doesn't work out, he gets to be blamed. And perhaps I agree he should have played him at the end of the season because we weren't in it really anymore. We had won the league. We were out of the Champions League, out of the cup. So just play him. But maybe he could sense the growing dissatisfaction in and around the club. And he just wanted a few good results towards the end of the season. But I still would have put Vanna in because we were shit anyway in the last few games.
As is my role, unfortunately, I'm going to counter your point.
No!
I think people... you said that people would have been even more upset if we played him, or the youngsters, I guess, because we were doing so poorly at the end of the season. Now, the reason I'm going to counter your point is people would have... If we would have lost at the end of the season with playing youngsters, people would have been excited to see the youngsters, and they wouldn't have cared about the result as much as they would have cared about, seeing the youngsters get their minutes. The reason why people were upset was because we played our best 11 week in and week out, and we still looked like absolute trash.
Yeah.
Now, to also answer that question that was actually raised, because we talked about Werner a little bit and how he was scammed, but let's actually talk about who has the bigger potential, Werner or Vidovic. Tricky. I would say Vidovic, but how do I phrase this? Vidovic is gonna go higher quicker, as in he's gonna reach a higher level quicker. But Werner is gonna, if he fulfills his potential, because that's suggesting and guessing that they're both going to reach the absolute tip of their potential. And if they reach the tip of the potential, Vidovic is going to get to a higher level quicker. Werner is going to get to a higher level than Vidovic, but it's going to take longer.
Like
with Werner, the thing is he needs a little bit more refinement, but all the attributes are there. Whereas Vidovic, he knows what he wants, and if he just improves on that, he's going to reach a high level. I think again I've got my point across. I think I'm confusing myself now. That's my take on that. I don't know whether anyone else has a different take on it.
I have no take because I honestly have no clue. I don't watch the youth. I have no idea who's better. I didn't even know who Vidovic was until a few weeks ago. So that's all you take away.
I think Vidovic has the higher ceiling, but I'm going to be very sad if no one from this young generation makes it to the first team, because we've got Ibrahimovic, Vidovic, Banner, Bushman's very good too. If none of them make it, I'm going to be very sad with Nagelsmann.
I mean, if Ibrahimovic doesn't make it, I'm gonna honestly, if those three, Werner, Vidovic, and Ibrahimovic don't make it, I think there's something wrong with the club, because we're now seeing the fruits of like our new youth development center that we built. 2014, 2013, maybe even later, maybe earlier. I don't remember, but I think it was around that time.
I think Guardiola was in charge when that happened.
Yeah, so it's been a long project, and of course, you're not going to see the results immediately because it is a development center. You're not just buying the young stars; you're developing to them to become young stars, and we're seeing that come to fruition now. So, us not being able to implement that is going to be a huge mark on our record, because people will bring up Musiala. Newsflash: Musiala isn't a Bayern youth.
Yeah.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
People will bring up Stanisic. Stanisic, how many games is he going to play next season? Realistically, now that we've got.
He was
Now that
very
we've-
good against France, though. I think.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not denying that. But with Mazraoui there now, right, and Pavard potentially playing a right back as well, how many games is he going to realistically get?
I mean, I
Maybe
reckon Pavard is planned as a fourth centre back.
Yeah.
Right, because Stanisic might even get more than last year.
Okay.
Maybe.
Let me make it more clear what I mean, right? Let's say Mazraoui gets injured.
Yeah.
He's out for 2 months.
Oh yeah, you're right.
We've got the Champions League quarterfinal
I
and
know
the
where you're
Champions League
going, yeah.
semi-final games coming up. Who is Nagelsmann going to play? in those
Bunazar.
games?
Yeah, he will play Pavard on the right side,
He
even
will
though
Pavard.
he doesn't want to. He has to play it because Stanisic has no game time. Yeah.
With
you're
our
right.
luck, though, Lucas will get injured. Upagi will get injured. Pavard plays center back. Stanisic right back.
As long as Nianzou doesn't get injured this season, it's going to be a good season.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say.
I think with the youth academy, though, I think Bayern's gonna learn the hard way. I think one of them will leave, become like 100 million player, and then we'll realize, oh shit, we have to use the youth academy.
Oh, absolutely.
You see Manchester City doing all this, right? Their youth academy, they don't have as many players in their first team, but they sell a lot, right? They sell a lot of their players.
Well, just sorry to interrupt you, but just
Yes,
to say this
fine,
as well. You can't really compare Manchester City because they've got the whole Manchester City network, very similar to Leipzig, Salzburg, New York, and then obviously the biggest one, Liefering. They've got a network, where young players will, they'll sign players at 12, 13, 14 that go to Liefering. Then after 14, 15, 16, they'll go to Salzburg. And then, at 17, 18, 19, they'll go to Leipzig. Manchester City has a very similar thing with their New York, the New York City. I actually watch New York City because I actually really like their team. I've been watching them quite a lot actually. Maximilio, just saying he should be a player that we should keep an eye out, honestly. But that's a different story. But they've got a network, and we are trying to do that. I know jokers will say, well, we've got the Bundesliga for that. The whole Bundesliga is a scouting network. Ha 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 ha. But we don't have that. And I know there are talks with us and other clubs making partnerships. I wish, and I know this isn't going to be the case because you've got the partnership, quote unquote. It's not a real partnership, but you've got the partnership between Ajax and Barcelona. I know it's not a real partnership, but there's some history between those clubs. I wish Bayern would have a partnership with Ajax. And it goes back to our signings in Gravenberch and Mazraoui. The reason I wish Bayern had a partnership with Ajax is very simple. Ajax dominates. I mean, okay, they didn't dominate their league this season. Granted, it went down to the second last game of the season where it was either going to be them or PSV.
They have the best youth development.
They know how to get youth players. They've got one of the best youth academies, probably second only to PSG. So you could make the argument Sporting, Porto, as well up there. But I think PSG is by far the best youth academy in all of Europe, in all of the world.
Yeah.
And you've got Ajax, and Ajax, they dominate their league typically. So I wish we had a relationship with Ajax because those players will come into the Ajax team and they know how to deal with expectations. Which, if you get a player from a team that isn't expected to win, they don't have that. That's why I'm not that worried about Gravenberch or Mazraoui because they played for Ajax, and of course going to Bayern is a step up. But they're used to having the expectations of I need to perform week in, week out to win the league, to win this cup, to win games. That's why I actually like those signings a lot more than if we had, say, bought Sangare. I know I mentioned him earlier, but let's say comparing Sangare to Gravenberch, I know they're not the same, but I like us going for Gravenberch more because he's got that expectations. He has dealt with those expectations. He's played from a young age with those expectations. So going to Bayern, in terms of expectations, they're going to be more, but it's not going to be drastically different to what he already knows.
Yeah. One system I also think is very interesting, or has been interesting to see the development of, is Cobham of, I think it's Chelsea,
Yep.
where they just churn out like millions, it feels like, of young talents, and they send them on loan. And if they're good enough, they get a shot, which is something they have been very poor at. But as that, I think UEFA transfer ban came in, or was it FIFA transfer ban? I don't remember. But as that came in, those talents then received chances, and then you see the likes of Callum Hudson-Odoi or Reece James, Mason Mount. They got their chances, and then now they're established and good players. So maybe that could be a system for the future where we loan out players to various clubs around the world and see which one performs.
Thank God he didn't spend 100 million on the door though.
That's true.
Well, you know what? I'm not even going to counter your argument, Tausif. I'm just going to complement it. I think that's the right word here, because we already do that. We already do that, and we've done that for the last 20 years, for maybe even longer, honestly. We already loan our youth players out. We constantly loan them out. That's not been the issue. Like, we loan them out. I'll give you plenty of examples. Alaba, is he Woody? No, not Alaba. Sorry, Toni Kroos.
Alaba also Alaba.
Yeah, Alaba also loaned them out. Lam loaned him out.
Stuttgart, yeah.
Then you just go to our more recent history. You look at the likes of Gaudino. I think Højbjerg was loaned out as well. We do Zirkzee. I mean, obviously with this season, Chris Richards. Who else? I mean, there's so many. But we do loan our players out. That's not the issue. It's just that what we used to do is loan the players out. If they performed well, we'd give them a chance. Now what we do is, because it's the curse of being too good, that's really what it boils down to. We're too good right now to where we win the league every season because we don't give other players a chance. We don't let players play a few games, even if they're playing bad, just that in the future it pays dividends. We don't do that anymore because we are winning every single game. We expect it to win every single game. So now what we do is we loan the players out, give them one try, and if they're not Mbappe's, they're getting sold. But
it's honestly sad, but probably true.
It is what it is, yeah. That's why, the thing is, right, and I don't know how many of you played football. I always like bringing this up, but I played football as a kid. I think I've mentioned that plenty of times by now, but I played football as a kid, and honestly, quite successful. As in, we were generally the team that was at the tippy top of the league, of our league. I can't remember even what it was, but SV Schwarz-Weiß, that used to be the team. Ramersdorf. Now, here's the thing, right? We played against a lot of players in Munich, and it was difficult. The players are good. There's clearly a lot of talent. Otherwise, they wouldn't. It's a city it's a country actually that loves. It's a continent that loves football. There's naturally going to be a lot of kids that play football. It's why PSG, there's so much talent. Madrid, so much talent. London, you mentioned Cobham with Chelsea, Arsenal, Tottenham, so on and so forth. So much talent. These major football cities have so much talent. Barcelona, so much talent. And Munich is no exception. The only difference.
Berlin. No, I'm not even joking. Berlin has insane talent. They don't just.
There's just no club that takes that maximizes that profit. I guess that talent. That's the word to use, to make profit, I guess. But you've got all of these things going on. but we've just gotten too big comparatively, and that's the issue. Because Real Madrid, they've got Barcelona, so they're not expected to win. Real Madrid, how often do they actually win the league? Not that often. Barcelona, they typically win the league more than Real Madrid, but they're not expected to win the league right now. They're not expected, even when they play their youngsters, even when they lose the league, they weren't expected to win it. They would, historically, if you look at them, they still probably win it more than Real Madrid, I think, overall in the history. But it was only when Messi joined, when Messi was there, that they were expected to win it. But teams generally are not expected to win the league. Chelsea expect to win trophies, but it's not necessarily the league. Abramovich was famous for sacking managers a season or two in, because we didn't win anything, or we only won X, Y, and Z. You're gone. But it wasn't ever the league. It was more so the Champions League.
Yeah.
Prime example on that. Yeah.
Yeah, and with Bayern, it's just we're expected to win the league, and unlike cups, with a league, the main thing is you need consistency, and that's what we can't give these youth players a shot. And that's why, you look at Stiller, he's gone to a different Bundesliga club and he plays first team football. Richards, when he moved on loan to Hoffenheim, he was their best player until he got injured. Now, does that mean that he's going to play, for us? No. I think most of expect us to sell him, and that's the big issue. We're just too.
Before Bellingham, no way we would have bought Bellingham and played him. It's way too risky for us. We need to win the league. We can't play a 70-year-old as in our starting lineup.
Exactly.
And if it fails, we're screwed. We can't let BVB win the title. As of BVB, they don't care if we win the title. If they get Bellingham and can sell him for 150 million in 4 years, it's a win for them. They don't care.
Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly. That's why, some may say, well, we got Gravenberg. Isn't that a worry? But that's why I also said I like us going for young players from teams like Ajax, where that expectation, as I said, Ajax isn't the same. They're not. It's not the same degree, but there's still a level of expectations to win the league, and that's why I like us signing players like that, because they know what they're getting into. They know they have to perform from day one until day 100, and it's difficult for you to be a good player in a smaller team and then go to a bigger team and make that shift in terms of not ability but shift in mentality. Whereas if you already have that mentality, if you already are used to it, it's easier, significantly easier to make that shift, even if it requires more, but you still already got parts of it and you just develop more, same as your talent. But yeah, when it comes to youth football and us not implementing it or implementing it wrongly, I just go on a tangent, so apologies about that.
but you listed the reasons why. So can you really blame Bayern on that?
I can't. I blame the league. That's what
the league is. Let me give you one of my takes for the next season. I think it will be more exciting than this one. I honestly think so. I think even though Prince says that Dortmund tends to they're not that good after half a season, I think they could maybe challenge. I think Leipzig is better than they were last year. I think because they start with Leverkusen, it's also very good. They managed to hold on Schick. If Wirtz come back, imagine if these three can actually challenge us. Can't imagine how good.
And Frankfurt are actually doing good business right now. They're also not too bad.
They do, but I don't think they're I think there's a top 4 in the Bundesliga, and there's everything after that.
Yeah. They're not top 4.
But we are way too far. We are still way better than them. And it's not even because I'm a fan. It's just fact. We are way better than them. We play player wages. They play for 5 players. You know what I mean? This is just the difference.
But yeah, I kind of want to skip that topic honestly, because the Bundesliga, is it a farmers league topic? I mean, I'm not gonna comment on that because I do want to Make it to
I mean-
England.
Come on. Wait, the thing about that argument that is so inherently stupid is, so every other league that isn't the Premier League is a Farmers League. So 99.999% of that Farmers League, and you're just the one that is okay. Where's like the middle ground? Obviously, there are farmer teams or farmers leagues, but surely when it's the top 5 league in the world, it can't be considered a farmers team. Although I must admit, we as in German teams, German football hasn't exactly how do I say that? How do I put that? Performed internationally, other than Frankfurt last season. So I do get the comments, but it just doesn't make sense. The label that comes with Farmers League, it's just what people say when they don't actually watch anything other than Premier League.
I mean, even with the Premier League, if you just look at who wins the league, City won the last 4 and 5. They look like
exactly.
Exactly.
When
When
it comes
Alvarez, all these guys, they're gonna keep winning it as long as Pep's there. So to me, like if you look at it without knowing the league, it looks like a Farmers League from the outside in.
like
I don't agree with
international
that. But
representation.
yeah, that's also the case. Yeah.
That's the big point. Because, like you mentioned it, Tausif, which German team has done well? I expected Leipzig to make it to the final of the Europa League. They lost.
yeah, that was just
I lost to Glasgow. It was so embarrassing. Yeah.
Like I know you hate Tausif. I know you absolutely despise Leipzig. So you are happy about that. I was just like, bro, you lot need to liquidate. Like, what is going on? This club is a joke, and I wanted them to do well. I want them to do well because I think if they do well, because I don't trust Dortmund, and I especially don't trust Leverkusen. So forget those two. Those two are dead to me, right? In terms of challenges, people always say, "Oh, can Dortmund challenge Bayern?" Every year I say no, and every year I also say I think Leipzig is our only real challenger. Now it's probably because they're still relatively new compared to Leverkusen and Dortmund. They're still relatively new to the Bundesliga, all right. So that's why I probably give them more credit than they deserve. But I'll be wrong again this season when I say this, and I'll say it next season again, and I'll be proven wrong again. And like one of those seasons, it's gonna hit me, and I'm gonna say, you know what? I need to stop. But I'll say it right now: our only real challenger for the next 10 years. I'm putting my foot down for the next 10 years in the Bundesliga is Leipzig. Forget Dortmund. Forget Leverkusen. Forget Wolfsburg, who probably make who will probably go back at the top of the Bundesliga this season, I think. Forget Gladbach.
I hope they do, yeah.
Forget all of these teams, right? Frankfurt, forget all of them, right? Our only real challenger is Leipzig. And there's a lot of reasons for that, but I won't go into detail because I know I'll bore you all to death. So I'll skip that and just say Leipzig are our real challengers for the title. And I know I'll be proven wrong by the end of the season, but I'll still say it now.
It's fair to say.
I'll think about that one.
Well, I'll make it even harder for you. Even though I said that Leipzig is the only challenger for the Bundesliga, I do think that Dortmund will make it further in the Champions League every time.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
I don't think so, to be honest, because if you look at Leipzig, they beat Atletico a few years back. I think, like, if you give them time, they'll get a lot further than Dortmund in the Champions League.
Well, that's Atletico, though.
The thing is, the thing about the Champions League is the emotional component plays a much larger role than in the league. Over the course of 2 games, you can beat anyone compared to 34 games, and few clubs can generate that emotional resonance that Dortmund does. I mean, if the fans are on it, the Signal Iduna Park can turn into create magical nights, similar to Anfield, where it's very overrated. But on their nights, they can still push their teams to beyond their usual boundaries.
Maybe a few years ago, I would say yeah, but I don't think so anymore.
That's a very valid point.
point. I mean, whenever someone like we are at Anfield or at Signal Iduna Park, I only hear Bayern Munich fans, which is very awkward for them. But
I think I also talked about it with Prince. I think it's only a matter of time until the old clubs also dominate or European football, not only their domestic leagues. I think Manchester City and PSG, they have resources, as well as Prince said, their PSG's youth academy is just insane. They will sooner or later they will win the Champions League, and they will continuously win the Champions League. And I don't even know how to stop that. To be fair, if they
Super League.
kept Mbappe. Super League. Oh, that's another topic.
It's something I hate the idea completely, but I understand people who are like, football is fucked as it is. Champions League these are the last years where it still will still be competitive, and UEFA is doing everything they can to keep it like this closed community of super rich elite clubs. But sooner or later, we will wish for the Super League because Manchester City will continue to dominate in England. Bayern Munich will continue to do so in Germany. Maybe Italy is like one of the examples where we're like, oh, okay, tides can change actually. But other than that, it's just getting more and more monopolized to a point where people will say, you know what, fuck it, let's go with the Europa League. Let's just have them disgustingly spend billions over billions on those players. And let's just enjoy the sport and fuck it.
Hot news, apparently Nkunku extends his contract with a release clause of 60 million. We should be all in for him.
Well. I thought you were going to bring up a different news, but okay.
When does the release clause apply? What year?
Next year. It's only for 1 year.
Goes, get him.
Yeah, if now.
But he's another Zahavi player.
I don't know. The boss is going to get over that shadow eventually. I mean, I don't mind him. He's doing his job as an agent. And I know I'm just saying that because, again, I've got a friend of mine who is an agent for a Bundesliga club. And okay, I think I've said it plenty of times already who it is, so it doesn't really matter. But, yeah, I think the agent hate is too much. I really do. I think they're just doing their job. If you really
I also agree, but it's not about Zahavi being a bad agent. I said, with the Lewandowski drama going on, I don't think that Bayern wants a player from Zahavi because the way Brazzo said in the German TV, right? He said that Zahavi did something to Lewandowski and stuff. There's nothing you want to say to someone who you want to still do business with. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard for me to imagine that we would still get another Zahavi player.
But to me, though, I think because even with Lewandowski, I think Bayern was a big reason as to why he changed his mind. Because I would be pissed too if Haaland keeps coming up. Haaland, when you're the big guy. And even with Alaba too, we paid Lucas 20 mil a year, 18 mil a year. Alaba, who's a youth product, who's won everything with us. We didn't want to give him that money. But people still blame Zahavi. It's not Zahavi. To me, it's Bayern.
Yeah.
That's actually a good discussion, whether Lewandowski's outrage is actually justified because of the way we treated him and the way we chased Haaland. Because we chased him.
I think it's justified for him to want to leave. But the thing that most people mind, as do I, is, of course, he can say, I want to leave. But when the club says you have a contract, and we don't want you to go, then it is kind of pathetic to go to the media and cry about a contract that we have to fulfill. That's the point where I'm like, no, I'm not longer on the side of Lewandowski. Everything other than that, Daniel, I absolutely agree, right? If they want to leave, I do not blame them. Good luck. But
I want to tell you the scenario I think actually happened, right? I think he waited until Brazzo went to the Zahavi and said, "Yo, we want to extend with Lewandowski," but then Brazzo didn't say anything, right? Because he was still after Haaland, and then he actually he apparently asked Haaland's dad, and he said, "Yeah, 50% whether my son joins City or Bayern," and then he was like, "Fuck this! I'm not gonna stay. They don't want me apparently, so I will go for. I don't want to play for this club anymore." So actually, I think that's actually fair to say. The way we treated him, I don't think that's a good way to treat someone who's so important for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Well-
I think there is a way to leave. I think Lewandowski's doing it
Exactly.
wrong. Yeah,
Exactly.
like, Mane did it correctly. Mane went with class. Lewandowski's not doing that. I think if he left with class, he would have left by now. That's my opinion.
Which is so weird because Lewandowski was in the same exact, not in the same, but a similar situation 8 years ago when he left Dortmund. I mean, I'm sure he wanted to leave earlier, but he stayed
did.
that one last year, and he did it with class and dignity to a point where even Dortmund fans could not be mad at him. And now he does the exact opposite. It's because I think he knows how time is ticking, and his time is ticking. He wants that Ballon d'Or, and he wants to have it as soon as possible. And he's not going to get it at Bayern, let's be real. He's never going to get that Ballon d'Or at Bayern.
That's
He's
another
gonna get it
discussion,
at
bro. That's
Barcelona.
another discussion.
Well, okay, where do I start? Lewandowski, I think my thoughts on him are clear. I also agree with Tausif. I think that's the first time I've agreed with I've agreed with you most of the time. I've agreed with you most of the day, but I've just always thought I'd throw a spanner, a wrench in what you were saying, just for the sake of just having a different opinion, even though I don't believe most of the opinions that I say. But if he had behaved professionally, let's call it that, he would already be in sunny. Well, to be fair, Germany, Munich is extremely sunny, and to be fair, Manchester is extremely sunny as well. But he would be in sunny Barcelona right now, enjoying the beach, enjoying his new teammates, learning some Spanish, eating some nice paella. He'd be enjoying Spain right now. The second he came out with that interview, well, it was over. He wasn't going to get sold, which is why I don't care. Professional. A lot of Dortmund fans will actually say that he wasn't professional in his final year with Dortmund. I'll be honest, I didn't really follow football that much back then. I followed Bayern, but I didn't follow football, so I wouldn't even know what he said to the Dortmund press, so on and so forth, because that didn't interest me at all. If I'm being honest, I was more interested in Bayern and Barcelona news. Because I thought Barcelona, with what was going on back then, would have some significant changes that didn't happen. Anyway, point is, right, that Lewandowski, with his comments, shot himself in the foot. He shot himself in the foot, and that was that. That was over. That was game over. He's not going to get sold, I think. If we sell him, we're a banter club. Now, I do want to switch this argument, though, because it was sort of talked about, but not really. And so I do want to talk about that, because we haven't talked about that seriously. And a lot of people don't care. I do. Our wages. Because I don't know who it was, but it was someone that brought up, I think it might have been Daniel, who brought up us signing Lucas Hernandez and giving him 80 to 20 million a season. And then obviously Gnabry would want that as well. Here's the first point. Our wages, and there's no better way to put this, are fucked.
They are.
Yeah.
It's why, and this goes back all the way to, I think, my first sentence that I said on this stream. It's why this transfer of Sadio Mane is either amazing or it's just a bad/mediocre deal. And a bad deal doesn't mean the player is bad. Let me just make that clear, right? It just means it's a bad deal for the club, even if the player brings in success. Because the rumors of Sadio Mane's wage, I've seen 20 million thrown around. I've seen 25 million thrown around. I've seen 22 million thrown around. I've seen 15 million thrown around. And I've seen 17 million thrown around. I've seen all of these numbers being thrown around. Now, the latest one is 15 million. And that was around the time where all the news said that we signed him, that it was official, like 3 days ago, 4 days ago. That's when the 15 million rumor came around. And everyone stuck with that. And nobody has come out to say that isn't true or that is true yet. So I'm going to assume that is the correct number because it's the latest number. I know that's silly, but that's what I'm going to assume. If that is the case, it's amazing transfer.
Yeah.
Best bit of business that Bayern has done since Davis. Honestly, since buying Davis, I think, or maybe Musiala, you could make the argument, best bit of business since then. If it's 20 million or more, it's a terrible business. It's a bad business because even though the players' qualities are there, if Lewandowski stays, Gnabry stays, and we're not able to sell him, we're screwed.
That's what I've been saying from the first. Not only we are overcrowded, but we pay so much in wages. Like
to me, this is controversial, but I would get rid of Lucas at some point and Sané. I would, because they're the ones who, in my opinion, really messed up the structure. I think those two have to go at some point.
Honestly, the structure was messed up the second we gave Jan Fiete fucking up 5 million per year. That was the moment where I was like, really?
But at least it's not that high of a number, right? For 20 million would be insane.
Yeah, I honestly, I think I can't say who ruined it more between Lucas Hernandez or Sané, but it was one of those two. Now, Lucas Hernandez I like Lucas, all right? I know Yusuf Aisha has Lucas as his picture. I respect. Sorry, my throat is killing me. Hay fever has been killing me as well this week. But I like Lucas Hernandez. Paying an 80 million fee plus 18 million in wages is coming back to haunt us. It's coming back to haunt us because Alaba has left probably largely because of him. Because he was like, I want to get similar wages. I've been here at this club for X amount of years. I deserve similar. Then we signed Sané. 18 million in wages. Gnabry is, of course, like, I want those wages. Coman was like, I want those wages. Everyone wants those wages now.
Yeah.
What realistically, what is that like everyone makes fun of Liverpool. Everyone makes fun of Liverpool. Everyone has made fun of Liverpool in like this week, right?
The wages are on point though. Gotta say that.
Like even with Nunez, when we were linked to him, they said 20 million salary. For them, they paid like 7 mil or something, 8 million.
They paid 5 for Mane. 5.2.
That's the thing. Like I saw that chart with Liverpool's wage structures, and I don't have it in front of me, unfortunately. But like, you know, their highest paid player, I believe, was Van Dijk, with what was it, like 10 million a year, something ridiculous like that. And it's very well known that Lewandowski is our highest paid player. If you include all the bonuses, it adds up to like 25 million. Without the bonuses, I think it's just 20 million, which already, again, is like top 5, I want to say, in world football. Now, of course, the argument is Lewandowski is a quote-unquote top 5 footballer in world football. But we've got 3 players that we're paying that amount in Lewandowski, in Müller, in Neuer. And then we've got like 10 players that are all around the 17 to 18 million range. And that's not sustainable at all.
I want to point out, too, that Gravenberch makes twice as much as Musiala, which I think is really interesting.
Well, I'll straight away counter that point, I guess, by saying that Musiala will likely get a contract extension soon. The way these things work, I realized that when Davis actually signed his contract extension, I think like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I realized something, that like these contract extensions actually get done like 5-6 months before they are announced. Because in that Davis videos, like, because he was injured at that time, but like in that video, Davis was healthy and like he was walking around just like chilling, like, yeah, I'm good. How is it? I want to thank Bayern for believing in me and giving me this contract extension. And I was like, you literally broke. I don't know what he like broke. He was like, out for like months at that point. I was like, so that's what it is. So these players actually sign their contract extensions like 5-6 months ahead. So I wouldn't be surprised if Musiala already is higher, but they're just waiting for like the new accounting year to like include that and announce it.
Yeah.
But yeah, our wages are screwed. And Abdullah Yusuf brings up a great point about Man City's wages. Man City, for all the jokes that people make about them in terms of, oh, these guys, they spend so much money, they actually don't when it comes to wages. Their wages are actually phenomenally small. United are actually the team with the
But
wages.
in their case, I'd argue it doesn't even matter. It does not, because
doesn't.
there's no ruling for any cap, for any salary caps. So typically they could just dish out twice the amount of wages. The owner owns like part of a state. That doesn't matter to them.
I agree, but
Still good business
still.
though. Yeah.
Anyway, wages. What is everyone's thoughts on them? I know they're like the most boring topic. To me, they're interesting because people don't care. And then you've got people that like watch. I don't want to say that more hardcore fans. I think that's not fair to say that. But I feel like the people that, how would I phrase this? Maybe are more up to date with not just Bayern, but also football. The hardcore football fanatics, they care significantly amount more than just the regular Bayern fan. So what's everyone's thoughts on the wages? Hit me.
I think it's many people deem it to be less important for some reason than the transfer sums, which is ridiculous because everyone in business knows the amount of money you pay on a regular basis is what makes and breaks your business. So if you have a club that say pays 70% of their revenue in wages, you're fucked. And that's basically what happened to Barcelona. I mean, you could say, oh yeah, they spent 120 million in Griezmann and continue. That's not what broke their back. What fucked them up was paying Messi 100 million per season for 5 years straight. That was the one of the points where they got fucked. And if we don't watch out, because other than Manchester City, other than PSG, and these are the clubs we want to compete with at the end of the day. They don't care because UEFA fair play does not exist anymore. Essentially, you have no salary caps, no regulation whatsoever. They can just spend 500 million, 600, 700 million on wages like they do not care. They don't, at least Manchester City for now, but they will at some point or the other. But we cannot do that because we have a fixed revenue of 700, 800 maximum million a year. If we paid 400 million, I think we are close to 400 million. That's somewhat still sustainable, but anything more than that, and you're looking at the best run club world in the football, of the best run club in world football, which we were told to be for almost a decade, will crumble quicker than most people think. I mean, look at Barcelona. Barcelona, not even 10 years ago, they were the non plus ultra, the gold standard on about how you can run your club. La Masia, the success on and off the pitch, everything was perfect, and now they're a shell. They basically, I think they still owe PK 100 million until next year or something. They are a club in shambles, and if we don't fix off the wage structure, we will be heading in a similar path.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said because I think the only way you can really fix it is I'm going to use the Lucas example. His contract's running out soon, and if he extends it, he's probably going to want more. He's already on 18 to 20-ish. So for me, he's probably got 2 years left starting next summer, I think. So for me, I think you just have to start cashing on these high wage earners and then start replacing them with people who make more modest salaries who still have that talent level, which I think you can do with good recruiting. I think that's the only way you can move out of this, and using the youth academy.
I don't have any specific opinion on that. So,
all right, fair enough. Yeah, we've now been going for 2 hours and 42 minutes. I don't know whether people have much more to say, but I do want to bring up one last tiny topic. What's everyone's lineup for next season?
Oh,
Ooh.
Let's just agree on the preferred formation first.
Yes. Yes.
So
Well,
my
No,
vote,
why
my
would we
vote
agree on
for
one? I think everyone should
Then-
have their own lineup, right?
all right, okay, all
Okay.
right.
Okay.
So yeah,
well,
Prince, as
okay.
you
Let's
asked,
start.
go-
Let's start. Let me start. We'll go one by one, I guess. Right. Formation for me. Just again without taking like any. Basically, just with the squad that we have right now, we're not taking any more signings into account, so on and so forth. Basically, what we've got is what we get, or what we get is what we've got. I'll go with a 4-2-3-1. Simple,
Same, yeah.
classic. That's it. We'll just go around. So whoever wants to go next.
Okay,
I'm
so me too. I love my flexible 4-2-3-1. It's been the system for for Bayern ever since Van Gaal took over, maybe even earlier. And that's the formation that accommodates Thomas Müller the best. And yeah, and that's also the formation I think Flick intends to play for Germany at the
Flick?
World Cup, which is
Ah. Okay, never mind. Okay, yeah, I heard you. I was like, wait, are you don't we've got Nagelsmann?
yeah, no, I said yeah, because let's face it, we have 7 or 8 Germany players currently at in the squad. It will be a mutually beneficial if both systems align, and I think they will. So 4-2-3-1 for me too.
I'm not sure yet, to be honest. I know about players, but I'm not sure which formation I would play.
We're saying no Lima, right? Because we haven't signed him.
Yeah, no
Yeah.
lie, man. No additional
Okay,
players. What we
okay.
what we got is what we get. Okay, if you haven't decided yet, Nigels, we'll come back to you then.
Yeah,
Goalkeeper, Neuer.
Yeah.
Same
no,
here.
no debate.
Now this is where it gets interesting for me. Left back, and I'll repeat that. Left back.
Oh no.
You know where I'm going with this, right? Left back, Mazraoui.
Yeah.
Oh,
What?
Okay, go on.
Who's next?
I'll go with Davies.
Yeah, for me it's Davis for sure.
Davis,
No
Davis.
debate.
Now, centre backs.
Centre backs for me, Lucas and Upa.
Yeah, Lucas and Upa.
Interesting.
Yeah, I would also go with them. Maybe
wanna
Pavard if Luka doesn't if Upa doesn't perform, but
Yeah.
I think
I'd like to see Bushman get games too, but that's not going to happen.
no, that's saying it.
Well, very, very interesting.
Okay, go on.
I will.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
Now you-
absolutely.
Oh, okay.
I'll go with Nianzou Pavard.
What?
Yes.
I'm not against it.
I mean, Pavard was really good last season. Not gonna lie, but
That's true. He's very overhated.
Upa and Lucas.
Yes.
I'm not
Right
against it.
back. What's everyone's right back?
What kind of?
What is this question, bro? It's not a surprise.
Mazraoui.
It would be Mazraoui.
Mazraoui.
Davis.
Okay, but explain, please. You want to play inverse? What's the point?
I'll tell you once we get to our wingers.
Okay.
So he wants the wingers to cross up more and
It's
the
some crazy ideas,
fullbacks
bro, yeah.
to be more to work more centrally.
I'm not saying anything yet.
Okay. I don't. What kind of medicine have you taken to combat this fever? All right, let's move to the midfield. For me, personally, although I know it's rarely worked out, for me at this point, just because the others aren't there yet, Kimmich Goretzka. I
Yeah,
think Goretzka has underperformed mainly because, first of all, although those muscles seem very efficient, I personally think after the injury he hasn't recovered as well as we thought he would, and he just hasn't gotten back into the rhythm yet. Before that, it was still disappointing with the partnership, but it wasn't bad by any stretch. So I would go Kimmich Goretzka.
He's still an important goal threat, in my opinion. I would also go with Goretzka and Kimmich.
Yeah, Goretzka Kimmich has to be.
Has to be.
Yeah.
Has to be.
Please don't say Nianzou again. Please.
You
Man,
can't do
want
that.
to clone Nianzou.
No. Kimmich, Musiala.
Okay,
Okay, good one.
that's interesting.
Honestly, your first good take with Neuer. Okay, go
Yeah.
ahead.
All right. Let's start with. I mean, we're basically going with 4-2-3-1, and all of us, right? Basically.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
also go with 4-3-1.
Yeah. All right. So our left winger.
Left is for Mane for me. Yeah, this is preferred.
Yeah, I also I think we have all the same lineup except Prince. Okay, I also have Mane.
Sané.
Okay.
I
No,
love
but that's
Sané,
his weak
bro.
side though. He's been shit on that side, hasn't he?
No.
No. That's
It's
actually his
all the way
good
around.
side when Davis like.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. The other way around. Yeah.
All right. Central, well, at the attack, what you can call it? Attacking midfielder, central attacking midfielder, number
Müller.
10, Müller, the Müller role. What do you call it?
Yeah, it's the Müller role. So yeah.
I'm going Musiala.
Ooh.
You'll see why later. You'll see why later.
No,
Oh, he's
I
gonna
know
put
exactly,
Müller on the wing.
exactly where you're going.
Yeah.
You give
I
me
was considering it myself, but there's a reason why I put Musiala further deeper. For me, I'm going with Miller.
Wow,
It's
No
just,
surprise.
a good take.
I know. You mean a bad take?
go with your right wing now.
The right wing. Go on.
Come on, because he's good
Wow.
on both wings.
Come on, he has to play. I feel like
Yeah.
he's
Yeah, I'm going
inconsistent.
Wood.
He love his dribblings, everything. Yeah.
Well. Hey, well. Mane.
Okay.
Mane,
Yeah.
okay.
And then you're forward.
Gnabry, because in my
Gnabry,
ideal
exactly,
scenario,
yeah.
we would just not even bench Lewandowski. Just I know it's a waste of money, but just as a sign of strength, just put him on the stands for the remainder of the season. Just to fuck around. Who cares?
It's either Gnabry or Lewandowski for me. If Lewandowski stays,
Obviously.
I guess it's Lewandowski. But if he goes, I would play Gnabry more than. Honestly, I would try Gnabry in front more than playing someone like Kalajdzic or something.
Yeah, exactly.
I trust Gnabry on the central position. I think the way he scores goals. I think he has qualities for that.
For me, if he extends, Gnabry starts.
Yeah.
He can start. If he doesn't extend, fuck Lewandowski and fuck him, Xerxes at striker.
Yeah.
Good take.
Well, you took the word. No, I'm joking. I was gonna play Zirkzee. He'd be my first substitution for the striker position. My actual striker is Gnabry. Lewandowski goes on and rots on the bench or plays for the youth team. That's what I would do, but I know the club won't. But I'll play Gnabry, and I think my formation now makes sense and where I played the players, right? Right?
No. Only to you.
They all switch up positions, right? The front three.
Yeah, the front four. With Musiala also being able to assist in attack and whatnot, and same with obviously Kimmich, who also assists in attack, and also is a lot more defensive than Musiala. But that's how I would play. I don't trust Goretzka. I'll be honest. I don't trust him. And Gravenberg is just, we haven't seen him play for Bayern yet, which is why I can't, in good faith, put him there. I know I put Mane, but with Mane, I think he's got enough quality without it could be with an asterisk, basically. For me, the reason I played Mazraoui as a left back, Davis as a right back. One, Davis plays as a right winger for Canada. And that's been, and he played that for what's the club that he joined? Toronto. Vancouver, that's the one.
Whitecaps, I think.
I played there for them as well. So playing as a right back isn't going to be dramatically different. Now he played as a left back. He plays as a left back for us because we obviously play with a normal, inverted wingers style. I think we need to go with an inverted fullback and play the wingers on their natural positions, so to speak. And the reason why I think that's going to work best for us is because with our wingers being fluid and being interchanging in terms of their formations, that's why Gnabry, Sané, and Müller, and then obviously you've got Mane as well. One, it's going to mess up commentators, saying Mane and Sané. As I said earlier, I think that's just. I've been saying I've been calling Mane Sané probably like 50 times in this stream alone, but nobody's noticed because who would?
I think we'll go for Kane next season.
I really hope as well, just to mess the commentators up.
I also think he's a great player.
Mane, Sané.
One of the few English players I actually rate.
Yeah.
Okay, there are more, but at least he's really good.
No comment on that regard, but yeah, I just think being fluid in attack has never harmed us. It's defensively where we struggled, and which is why I play someone like Nianzou with Pavard, because the thing with Pavard is he's not aggressive. He's not, this world-class ball player. He's not gonna, he's not Upamecano, who's, amazing on the ball. He's not Lucas Hernandez or Nianzou, who are quite aggressive. Obviously, Lucas Hernandez lacks the qualities on the ball. The thing with Nianzou is he is aggressive, but he's also good on the ball, whereas Pavard is just solid defensively. And I think you need
good positioning.
Yeah, you need like one of each. Basically, if that makes sense. Which is why I play those two. And I think Davis, he adds so much in attack. And Davis hasn't been great defensively. He even as a left back, he hasn't been great defensively. He's been...
True. His positioning is awful.
Yeah, his speed is what helps.
He makes up with...
Which is why, putting him on the right as a right back isn't going to make much of a difference in terms of defensively, because, his speed is still going to help him out. And the other thing is, he's also going to be more threatening when it comes to actually being up front. So we're maximizing our attack. And I think people will say, well, why are we maximizing our attack if, our weakness this season has been our defense and our midfield? My point is, have you seen our attack? We discussed this earlier. Is this the best Bayern attack of all time? Most people here said yes. Most people here said it's the best Bayern attack. It's the best attack in all of Europe. Maximize that. That's my point. Anyway, enough from me. I want to hear your thoughts on your lineups. I know they're all pretty similar, but go for it.
All right. So, basically, I hope when it comes to the centre-back pairing, they develop the qualities, because they're still both not extremely young, but in the case of Upamecano, very, very young, where he can still develop other strengths. Again, I always compare him towards to Boateng, who wasn't nearly good enough for Bayern Munich initially, but he developed into one of the best centre backs of the decade, in my opinion. So what I'm hoping is that by getting regular game time together, these two will become a good centership pairing for both Bayern Munich and France, which obviously helps with the communication. I will stick to Mazraoui and Davies as fullbacks, because the one thing that always bothered me in the last few seasons is that we don't have the similar attacking threat on both sides. And fullbacks in our system, they just provide so much in the attack. And one side having Davies and the other one having Zaha, Pavard, or Stanisic was very frustrating, to say the least. So with Mazraoui, I think that will improve. When it comes to the midfield, I mean, at this point, it's just Kimmich, Goretzka, and Inshallah. I don't know how they can improve. One has to focus more in defending at one point. And that should be Goretzka, but he's more box to box. He likes to roam a bit more, which isn't wrong if there were three midfielders, but in this system, he's just gonna have to learn to do the dirty work. When it comes to the attacking lineup, I think all is pretty much clear. You have Miller down the center. You've got the two fantastic wingers, Mane and Gnabry, and you've got the Gnabry, which one thing I've always liked about him is he pulls the trigger so quickly, regardless of what you think of him footballing wise. It's refreshing to see a player just try and score a goal as soon as he sees an opening. Which, if you think about Coman, for instance, a player that I love, but he's like the exact opposite. Oftentimes, he'll just try and do another trick and maybe look for a pass instead of just going for goal. So yeah, that's my and one thing I want to add one quick thing at the end is one player that we never mentioned because I think we don't think of him as that important, but who's always delivered for us is Choupo-Moting. He's done well whenever he came on for us, regardless of the opposition. By the way, even against PSG, he was good, very very good. So I hope to see more of him next season. And yeah, that's my man.
Can I just take a minute to introduce Core Football? Football, how you doing? Core, how are you doing? It's been a while since you've been on here. Been enjoying your videos, I must be honest. Thoughts on, I mean, you kind of joined like right at the end, but I'll ask you anyway. All the questions that we've raised during this. Thoughts on Sadio Mane joining Bayern?
Oh yeah, thank you so much. It's a good signing. Yo, I think it's a good signing, but my problem is not so much of us boosting getting depth. Yes, we got depth, fine, that's good. But at the moment we need a DM and a center back. I know now they're trying to get a DM, which is Conor Lima, but I really don't trust that center back partnership with Pavard, Nianzu, Hernandez, and Upamecano. I'm hearing some links with the that Torino center back. What's his name?
Clayman?
Yeah, that guy. I don't know if he's a leader, but I think if he gives us experience, he will be very good to come into the team. But I like the sign of Gravenberch because I felt like it's something we needed for the past 3 years now, where we didn't have Tolisso. Tolisso was very injury prone. He's not very dependable. And then he also kind of gives a little bit of competition to the likes of Goretzka, who is another injury prone player. You can't really rely on him. And then I like the right back signing because I always felt like Pavard is a natural center back. You understand? He never really was that right back player that people make him out to be. Another thing that I would also say too is Mane, I think, is an amazing signing in terms of he's a better replacement to Lewandowski, I would say. I think he should play striker and he should not play wing. I think what they should do is put Gnabry and Mane as two strikers. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Ooh, interesting.
Instead of I think we should go for a 4-4-2. I really think we should go for a 4-4-2. The problem is Pavard doesn't work in a 4-4-2, but if Pavard doesn't work in a 4-4-2, the alternative is 3-5-2. 3-5-2 for me also makes a lot of sense because if you look at it,
Sorry, I was just going to say it does because if you look at Nagelsmann at Leipzig, that was a two striker partnership up front with Werner and Paulsen.
Yeah.
So sorry to interrupt you. Continue.
Yeah. So personally, I think we should go to 3-5-2. One thing I also want to see is I think there's going to be some selling. There's going to be some players going out. I think Omar Richards is going to go, and I think Buena Nassar is going to go. And
Inshallah.
I think this would be very disrespectful if they let Stanisic go. Stanisic for me has to be the backup right back for Mazraoui. You know, you always need Brian Fenty. I know how to tell you. Like, if you want to win the Champions League, not only do you need depth, but you need a good, solid defense. You understand what I'm trying to say? And I've seen time and time again, this guy has been impressive. Every time he starts for Bayern, he's amazing. You know, so either 3-5-2, 4-4-2, or I will say this: why don't we go for a 4-2-2-2? A 4-2-2-2 is not bad. That's
But
also
would you
not
drop?
bad.
No, does it mean you drop Müller?
I don't think it means you draw Muller. I think you would play Muller as a shadow striker alongside, let's say, a Mane. You get what I'm trying to say? And then let's say you would play like a Limer, and then this guy either Kimmich or Goretzka. Because the problem with Kimmich is I've said it time and time again, please put him back in right back. He's not a good DM. I'm sorry to say this. He's not a good midfielder. He's good in terms of leadership, and that's why I think if you played him as a right back, it would make a lot more sense because he gives more in terms of defensively than attacking wise. But he's not a box to box. We need
What
to
would you
stop
do
playing him.
with Mazraoui?
I think that's what I'm saying. When you're playing these players, right? Let me tell you something. When you're playing these players, there's certain games you use players in, and there's certain games you don't use players in. So for example, Mazraoui, right? You have to integrate him against teams like Cologne, teams like Freiburg, teams like these Stuttgart and so forth. You get what I'm trying to say? You gotta integrate him against teams like that. You don't just jump him in straight into the Champions League because that would be too much. So in the Champions League games, for right now, what I want us to do is start Kimmich as the right back. I want to see what he gives us because he was, bro. You saw when Hankins was there, amazing as a right back. When Hansi Flick, the season when we won the treble, he was amazing. The reason why he went to the finals too was because of Kimmich playing right back, and he literally scored. He literally scored in that position. So I don't know why we want to keep on playing him as a midfielder. It doesn't
I
make
think
any sense.
it's unrealistic, but I don't think it's happening because Kimmich has so much power. He won't go back to the
Yeah.
right back position.
No, I understand, but the thing is, like, would you rather have a good defense or a good attack? Because that's the question right now. What you say?
I said
You
I get
get
what you
what
mean. And probably you're right.
we need a balance. We need
Yeah.
a balance. There needs to be a balance, and the balance can only happen if Kimmich plays right back and we start integrating these new players slowly. We can't put Gravenberch and these guys in there so quickly. It will be
But I
too
think
much.
we signed Mazraoui to play right back, and honestly, the Champions League is not hard until the knockout stage starts.
Knockouts, yeah, that's what I'm saying. When the knockout stage starts, I don't want him to play those players. You get what I'm trying to say? Because that's too high of a pressure right there. But for me, that's what I'm saying. It's all about rotation. One thing we didn't have last season was depth. Now Brazil is trying to. I also want to say, Bayern fan TV, I told people this. I told people to stop hating on Brazil. People were hating on him. Oh, why is he doing this? He's not letting Lewandowski. He's not signing any players.
Mhm.
This guy just he totally showed everybody that he proved everybody wrong. I didn't
Well-
even know we were gonna get Mane. Like
Well,
this summer, I didn't think we were gonna get Mane. Seriously.
yeah, I mean, it's funny actually because I've never been against him per se. There's other people that like hate him, like
hate him. Yeah.
If they saw him in the street, he better watch out. Like there are people like that.
That's my reaction to you.
But like I've always just been on like not the neutral side, but I've been on the, how would I phrase this? It's overplayed.
Exactly.
It's overplayed. It's overplayed. The club says it constantly. Every single interview, you hear these words. We've lost 200 million through COVID. We can't compete with, the oil clubs. You hear that every time. But people, I don't think people give it the respect it does. And so for him to come in, and I'm not gonna say he did amazing, but I like the way I describe it is he steadied the ship. Like I know we went out last season early in the Champions League, but that's not his fault. The players were good enough to win that by themselves. And that's why, earlier, Nagels13 asked me, who do I blame for that one, Nagelsmann or the players? And I said it's 50-50 because the players themselves were good enough to win against Villarreal, but they didn't. And if we lost against Real Madrid, that would have been on Nagelsmann. If we lost against Villarreal, that's on the players as much as it is on him. But my point is, he steadied the ship. Now, that we've gotten more money in, now that we're, financially more stable, we've, kind of weathered that storm. And I know apparently, I don't know how true this is, but apparently COVID is still like a big thing in Germany. I don't live in Germany, but someone that I haven't seen in years actually came from Munich to Manchester last Saturday, and he was shocked. He was like, you'd never think that we had a pandemic, if you look at Manchester, because no one is wearing a mask, whereas in Germany, you still have to wear it on public transport.
Public transportation, the rest is basically, and like hospitals, obviously. But
we'll come back, by the way. I'm probably pretty sure.
Yeah, no worries. But apparently, it's still a thing in Germany, is what I will say. And so it's a lot different in England, where in England, as I said, last year, COVID, what was COVID? The second they said the lockdowns are gone, party time. You had 50 people come over.
Boris Johnson thing, huh?
Absolutely. Nobody cared. The second 10% of the population was vaccinated, party time. No one cared anymore. Oh, you got a little cough? Oh, well, who cares? Cough on me. I don't care. That's what it basically is now. But in Germany, that's apparently different. So I respect him for steadying the ship, and we're seeing this season what he can do with a steadied ship. So I was never against him because, again, I don't know the financials of the club. We do get the AGMs where, the club actually states the financial, so on and so forth. But a lot of the things how do I phrase this? A lot of the things are out of his control. And I feel like the things that he is in control of, he's tried to sign younger players, young talent, but it almost feels like there's a roadblock at the club because we don't play young players. If you actually look at our transfer targets under him, it's generally been young, explosive stars. A big one, obviously. That we were trying to target for. It feels like years almost. Callum Hudson-Odoi. Every summer, every winter, every transfer window, it was us linked with him. We got Musiala, Davis. You look at who we signed. Nianzou. You look at who we signed. Sorry.
So, I somewhat heard Nianzou and I said fraud. No.
Come on, come off it. He's our best player. You've got Gravenberg. You can see the direction that clearly he wants to go with, but it's not like the club really is following that direction to the utmost degree. But yeah, that's kind of what the point I wanted to make about Brazil core football. I was always neutral on him, and now that he's had a summer where things aren't limiting him, things aren't hindering him, he's doing good. I'm not going to say great until I know the wages and I know who's leaving, but he's doing good, and I respect that. He gets praise for that.
The one thing I think he can be criticized is his communication. Very often it's improved, but it's still sometimes his communication is not the most ideal one, the way of communicating. Then the other thing would be what most people criticize is that he goes into contract negotiation. Yeah, sure.
Silence. Sorry.
I'll just continue then. The second thing that most people criticize about him is that he initiated the contract negotiations of so many players far too late. Like he allegedly, I don't know if that's true, but he comes with the first offers in the in the last summer, like one year away from their contract termination, which is not ideal. It's not an ideal position to be in as a club, and yeah, that's like the only two things that I could find that were really you could really criticize. The rest of it, I mean, he's trying to do the best he can, and most of the signings were solid, but there were some that just did not work out. I mean, wasn't Arp also a signing of his?
Yeah,
I mean, Arp is a.
I don't even know what happened.
Why would you blame Brazzo for Arp? Honestly, he was looking like the best talent. For me, at least, I thought he was looking really good. He was playing for Hamburg, who were like about to get relegated. For me, it's an obvious transfer to do.
No, he did get relegated with Hamburg. The problem I have is you can get up, no problem. The issue is similar to with Zaha. Why did you pay this player in his first contract these wages? It's just a bit like Zaha obviously does not want to go away from Bayern Munich anytime soon because he knows nobody is dumb enough to pay the wages we are paying for him. Similar to Arp. I don't even know where Arp is playing, Kirkham. Nobody knows. He could be drinking all day in his apartment flat. Nobody would know, and he's earning 5 million in his first.
Maybe we had to, otherwise he would have joined another club. We don't know.
He did because when we signed him, Tottenham were very interested. They were very close to signing him. That's why we had to pay him 5 mil.
Yeah, good thing we did.
Let me say something though. With the so guys, be honest. Be really honest. If Nagelsmann fails this season that's coming up, man,
what does fail
he has
mean?
to be sacked. Are you all agreeing?
What does fail mean, bro?
Because for me, how I see it is, we've already given him all the players he wanted. He wanted Mane, he wanted Gravenberch, he wanted Mazwari. We got him Mazwari.
Sabitzer.
Now he has. Yeah, and we got him Sabitzer and Upamecano last season. So now there's a lot of pressure on him. I think there's a lot of pressure on him. He has to produce. He has to at least this season get us to a Champions League semis to redeem himself. Because if he doesn't, then it's a huge failure. I think he has to be sacked, man. He has to be sacked.
I mean, it also depends on how he performs domestically. If he wins the double and loses in a very dramatic fashion in the quarters of the Champions League against the team that will win the Champions League at the end of the day.
What? Yeah, was it Kovac's fault? Was it Kovac's fault that we got Liverpool in the round of 16 in I think 2018? They went all the way into the finals. They were looking like one of the strongest teams in Europe. We got them in the I think round of 16,
round
right?
Of 16,
yeah. Which is like ridiculous to think about that. If we're gonna I don't know, give me 2018, give me the second place of any other group, we would have beaten them. 100% we would have beaten them. It was just like bad luck on that case.
I think for me the biggest issue is we need to start playing well under Nagelsmann. We can't be losing 5 0. We need a style of play where we play well. He gets the players going. Because if he does that and we lose in the round of 16 or quarterfinals, I don't give a shit. He needs to going.
Thing is, they did play fantastic football. Towards the end of last year, when we beat the Kiev 5-0, Benfica, I don't know how much of it.
The Leverkusen game where we.
Exactly. That phase, we were the best team in Europe during that phase. None of that Liverpool or City. They were not as good as we were during that time. But then we collapsed after the Gladbach game.
What's Prince now saying that we weren't as good as we think? Go ahead.
Okay, now because he said that, I'm not gonna say it.
But you actually think that, right?
Yeah, I do. I don't think a high-scoring game makes us good. I don't think us scoring a lot of goals makes us good. I think us being good makes us good. As like the
balance,
team being
balance,
good. Balance.
Yeah.
Now,
balance,
here's the thing. I wasn't gonna say this, right? but I will because I like Nagelsmann. So that's why I wasn't
I
going to
love
say
it.
this.
Look at my name.
I know.
Yeah, me too. I like him. Me too.
I hate him. I hate him. I hate him.
It's
The
strong.
seagull. You don't like the seagull?
I don't like Nagelsmann, bro. I've never liked him. Even in Leipzig, I never really liked him. He's okay.
thought
I
it was
mean, if you rate him,
I think it
I
was
always
too
thought
early
it's a
with
match in
Are they?
heaven. Match made in heaven. that
he's
you could
overrated.
find-
So.
I think it was too early for him to get the job.
Yeah, it's too early.
Well,
Possibly.
Well, here's the point that I wanted to get to. Sorry. We've got two Senegalese players in our team, in Mane and Sarr.
Where are you going with this?
Listen, just hear me out. Just hear me out.
We get a third
We've
named
got-
Koulibaly.
How many French players do we have in the team? 8?
Oh, they
Someone
all
said?
speak French.
7.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
7 or 8 players that all speak
Zidane. He wants Zidane. I know where he's going with it.
There is a certain bald-headed fraud that speaks Le France that currently has no club, and PSG have not signed, and have said and made a statement, we're not signing him. If Nagelsmann fails, I'm just saying. We might
Hey,
not
it's
sign-
possible, man. Yeah.
Hey, You know who's also free?
it's also.
Joachim
he's
Löw
free,
is
yeah.
also currently
Look,
on
don't
the
put-
Zidane will
don't
take
put-
over
don't
French
put that in
national
the
team
world.
after World Cup.
Don't put that in the world.
I was having a
Oh.
conversation with someone though. I think Zidane would actually be good because he's like kind of like Flick. He would just let the team play. I think Nagelsmann's too tactical like Pep. He just tries to do too much. Whereas with Zidane and Hansi, they'll just let the team play.
Weird
I know.
things, yeah.
Yeah, it goes back to a point
Right.
that I made. I think it was my last video that I made with Flick, where I said this, and obviously everyone knows I wanted to Flick gone, so everyone knows that. But there's one point that I said right at the end. I think it was my last video, my last discussion while Flick was still here, and I said that Nagelsmann will probably improve the players individually, but we're never going to play as good as we did under Flick with Nagelsmann. Despite the fact that I wanted Nagelsmann, I don't think we'll ever play as good as we did under Flick, or be as successful as we were, because historically, and I hate this, I really hate this. I must actually, no, let me get closer to the microphone to tell you how much I hate this, because I really hate this. But in world football, there is one thing that has unfortunately been proven right over the last 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. And that is this. Man managers have been more successful by miles, by absolute miles.
I agree.
Yep.
I
And
agree.
I hate this.
Look at Klopp.
I agree.
I'm all about tacticians, but you Klopp, Ancelotti, Flick,
Zidane.
Yeah.
Zidane, again, just so successful. And I hate
agree.
it. I hate it, but it's the truth. And it's like one of those.
Man,
truths-
step away from your mic. I think
I'm about to hit the mic.
your connection is your mic can't handle your rage.
I think Nagelsmann is not a good manager.
I think
I don't
that
think so.
If you were to
No.
describe Nagelsmann, would you describe
See
him
the-
as a man manager or a tactician?
Yeah,
Tactician.
Like,
Yeah.
Tactician.
I mean,
Because
even
even when
look
you
See, weirdly,
sorry, go on. Whoever.
weirdly, before when he was in Leipzig, people said the opposite. That his new style was less tactics, but more like almost like a cheerleader. That's how people described him the first time around. I disagree with that. I think he's like the typical what we call in Germany laptop trainer, right? You have the ones who are extremely in favor of, say, a data analysis and how do I set up my team according to the data and so on and so forth. But some people say he's more of a man manager than you might think at first.
I mean, the comparison I always go back to is literally just Jupp Heynckes versus Pep Guardiola. I think
Yeah.
everyone in the world will agree that Pep Guardiola
Yeah.
is the smartest manager in world football
Yeah.
by
It's-
league.
It's still
leaps
crazy
and
that we got him back then. I still can't explain how. Honestly, I can't explain how.
He
Yeah.
made it force off, but
But like Jupp Heynckes, he wasn't that tactically smart. In terms of formation, in terms of the players, in terms of the lineup, everyone knew what our lineup and our formation was going to be. That was no secret. That was no surprise. We weren't going to come out with like a 2-1-8-4-2 or whatever. That wasn't going to. I mean, that's first of all, that's too many players, but that wasn't going to happen. Like with Pep. And second of all, the only game where like we really, the only two games actually, funny enough, where like he tweaked things a lot and didn't just let the team play. One, Barcelona at home, and then the second game was the Champions League final against Dortmund, where in the first half we were looking pretty poor because we're too close and too far, and then in the second half we switched it up completely. The players start playing a bit different. Those are the two games, and it's probably the two biggest games under his under the 2013 campaign. And he tweaked it up. But in general, he was like, yo, players, hey, you know what to do. You've played football your whole life. Robin, I know you want to cut into your left and, you want to shoot with your left. So, go for that. And if you don't want to do that for once, Lamb, just run around. And one day you'll get the pass. Maybe not, maybe not this year, but one day you'll get a pass from him. And, then you can cross it into the box. And it was simple, but it was effective. Mind managers in football just are supreme. It is what it is.
Sad that we will probably never see another German final.
Who knows? I mean, honestly, 2009. Cast your minds back to 2009. Nobody would have thought we would see a all German final within like 3 years or 4 years. So things can happen. You never know. I don't think so either. I agree with you, but we never know. Football is crazy. Football, everything can happen. What I mean, look at Juventus. They've had the monopoly on Italian football for how long? For almost a decade. I think even exactly a decade. And albeit they weren't run as well as we are, but things can change very quickly, as I've said before. So, and the Dortmund could capitalize. Leipzig could capitalize, and maybe we'd see one.
Yeah. So wait, what would you say? What would you say? What does Nagelmann has to deliver to say he gets another season after this one? Is it
Champions League.
Domestic double?
no Champions League.
Domestic double
Champions League.
and a
Champions
good run
League.
in Champions League.
Yeah, wait, Sif TV. You say if we win the domestic double and go out in the Champions League semifinals to, I don't know, Paris, you would sack him.
No, I wouldn't sack him. I keep him actually because semis is good, but I'm talking about you need to get to a semis. We haven't gone to a semis for the past 2 years now.
Yeah,
So that's what I'm saying. The bare minimum for Bayern is
semis is crucial, but
Yeah.
I think the only way where he doesn't get into the semis and still could be manager to me is if he wins the domestic double and he goes out of the quarters, but in a very, very close fashion where you could say, all right.
We got to win the Pokal too. Yeah,
we need to win the Pokal again. Whoa, it's been too long.
Yeah. Well, wait, we lost to Gladbach and Kiel, right? Oh,
yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Don't talk about that.
God.
One thing that I do want to ask you, Cole, because correct me if I'm wrong, but you are in Ghana, right?
No, I'm not in Ghana. I'm in Maryland, US.
See, I got that wrong because I was going to ask because we had that talk earlier about. I mean, I can still ask this question about Sadio Mane to Bayern in terms of public perception, in terms of like the continent of Africa and how big that could be. One, for a marketing stunt, but two, also for like a popularity, not contest, but like a popularity growth. What are your thoughts on the Mane transfer from like the continent of Africa, Bayern finally having another world class African player? Do you think that's going to be huge for Bayern? And do you think that's going to be huge for Bayern's popularity in Africa?
I think I agree. I think it will be definitely very, very huge because even now you see there's especially in Ghana, though we had a Ghana 11 versus Dortmund Legends game
Yep.
in Ghana, so it's Bundesliga is really growing in Ghana, especially. And you had Lothar Matthäus come there before too, so it's really good. It's really really good that at least we have an African player who plays in Bayern Munich, a really top club. And also with you look at the way the continent is. One thing about Africa is like the players are spread around. There's a lot of good players, but they're spread around to different countries.
Yep.
So if let's say like we had like all the players playing in one team, I think the Africa 11 would win a World Cup, but we don't. But I think it's really good, and I think especially for me being an African, it's really nice to see an African player play for Bayern. You start seeing people talk about him and stuff like that. He's actually one of the players, I'll be honest with you, that I want in the Ghana national team. I ain't gonna hold you. He's one of the players. I wish he was Ghanaian. Seriously, I really wish he was Ghanaian. But unfortunately, he's
I
not.
wish he was German, bro. He's that good. He's insane.
He's good. Oh yeah. He's good. But one thing I like I would say about Mane is clutchness.
Oh, absolutely. There was a
I
report
really
that
like
came
that.
out today. I think he scored like 120 of his goals, or in 120 matches he scored Liverpool's first goal, something like that. And obviously, then you see what he did in like the big finals. He's typically the one that shows up and performs.
Yeah, even the World Cup qualifier when they played against Egypt, he came up with a big moment.
Yep. And then he put his international trophy on a line as well. His win in the AFCON.
Yeah,
he won it.
So he's a really good player. He's a really good player. And one thing also is I've noticed some about Bayern players, especially Lewandowski and Gnabry. It was so bad. Confidence. Their confidence grows low. Confidence grows low every single time. I don't know why. And I think his desire to play for Bayern will actually boost his confidence much more and help our team out much more. That's how I
if
see
you
it.
go on the newest Bayern post, they lighten up the arena with Mane's name on it, and go to quote tweets. Man, they are the Senegalese fans. They are like, Liverpool never did this to Mane. Bayern is the biggest club. I love Bayern. This is, you see how much effect this has, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Bro, yeah. Yeah. Even Davies too. He came from Ghana.
Oh yeah, true.
I forgot. He came from a Ghana refugee camp, but also him kind of being there. It's really good. It's really good. It's really good. I think this is I will be, like I said, just praying. I'm praying Nagelsmann. I hate him so much. I just want him to prove me wrong, though. I just want him to prove. Yeah. So let's see, man.
Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna bring up questions that I've asked everyone earlier today. But obviously, since you've just joined Core, I want to quickly run through these questions. I don't know how long people want to stay. Honestly, I could stay for hours. It doesn't bother me at all. But I know everyone lives in a different time zone than me, so that's not gonna help.
Yeah, I gotta work tomorrow, bro.
I know. So do I. But quick question, Core. Lewandowski, Gnabry, what do you do with them? Do you sell them this summer? Do you keep them? What do you do?
Get rid of Lewandowski. I don't need that bastard anymore, man. Get out of my club.
Yes, my boy.
Get out of my club. I'm done, man. I'm done with him, man. Look, I think Lewandowski, you guys don't understand. He was invisible in the final. He was invisible in the second half of the season. What does he really? What does he do if we keep him? The player has desire to go to another club. His desire is not in it. We need players who have desire to play for Bayern. He's lost his desire. You're just gonna ruin the whole thing if you keep him. And another thing is, I've seen Lewandowski do this whining thing Bayern fan TV for ages. Um, especially when Bayern always went to semifinals and Bayern lost. He said, "Oh, I want to quit. I want to go to Real Madrid. I want to go to Real Madrid." I remember that. I remember those years. And
We all
now
do.
he's yes. So he's a whiny bitch. I'm gonna be honest. He's a whiny bitch. I'm sorry, man. He has to go. He has to go. And to be honest, for me, I think he's overrated. I'm sorry. It's
I
not
agree.
me being me. He's a good player. He's a good player, yes. But Koeman, Gnabry, these guys perform better than um Lewandowski in the final. This is just personally me, you know.
See, okay, I think, I agree. I don't want to say everyone here agrees, but I think most people here agree that he isn't clutch. That like in the biggest moments,
Yeah.
when it matters the most, he just doesn't show up. Now he'll show up, again, people will raise the argument against Salzburg. He did. I'm like, okay.
That's Salzburg, yo.
Yeah, like okay, like we were supposed to beat them anyway, but like, come on.
Yeah.
Where was he against, Barcelona, where he had a mask on and literally could have scored a tap-in, right? And missed the ball completely.
Right.
Like I feel like the only clutch performance he's had in his career, like in the biggest stage ever,
For Dortmund, right, against Real Madrid.
Dortmund,
Yeah.
Real Madrid, yeah.
Like you look at Benzema this season, every Champions League tie, he just goes crazy. Every big moment, and then you have Lewandowski posting every single one.
Bro, I would love Benzema
Big
and
ball,
Bayern.
man.
I would love Benzema and Bayern. You know what I'm saying? I love Benzema and Bayern. The way Bayern play. You get what I'm trying to say?
Mhm.
The way Bayern play, it suits Benzema. Benzema can get so many goals inside the box. Man, I really wish Benzema played for Bayern, yo. Because
The thing is, Benzema also has like the confidence that only like sex offenders have, like the one he
exactly.
is. I mean,
Yeah.
come on.
Okay.
So what the fuck did you just say?
It's true. It's true. It's true.
But I honestly think that there's not that huge of a difference between them, at least my opinion.
Now, in terms of playing ability, right?
Ability-wise, man.
In terms of actual like playing ability, Lewandowski is the best striker in the world. But
Yeah.
in terms of,
Right.
that's why I always say he's the best. I never say he's the greatest,
Mhm.
because there's a difference between those two words for me. Like the best is you've got the best ability. The greatest
Right.
is you show up when it matters the most.
Right.
Mhm.
Even if you have limited abilities, you show up when it matters. That's to me
Right.
being the greatest. Which is why someone like, okay, I hate making this comparison, but I'll make it anyway, because I'm a dickhead. Messi
Yes.
and Maradona. I think most people can agree, and I say most people, but I think most people can agree that Messi, in terms of ability, is the best of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Now, if you asked me, who would I rather have in the final, Maradona for Argentina or Messi? I'm picking
Come on.
Maradona.
Maradona,
100 times
yeah.
out of our 100.
Yeah.
Because
Maradona, if he loses, he's ready to throw down and punch you in the face.
exactly,
If he has to win.
Yeah.
like he will die for his country. Very similar, actually. You know what? We talked about it a little bit earlier. He's not obviously as great as a player. Obviously, nowhere near Schweinsteiger.
He's
Yeah.
greater.
Okay, calm down. When people think of the 2014 World Cup, what people think about is Götze scoring that goal and Schweinsteiger in that final basically being fouled like 50 times, but still getting up and still putting in a shift because he wanted it.
Yeah.
He wanted it
Mhm.
more than anyone. And that's what I need in my squad, which is why I say you don't need to be the best player in the world. You can be a greater player, though, just by being clutch and just wanting it more. And that's why while I always said Lewandowski is the best, I never said he's the greatest.
Right.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Right.
Nice one.
Makes sense.
Nice.
Makes sense. No, like I said, he has good playing ability. He's good. He's a good league merchant. He's a very good group stage merchant, Champions League. In terms of group stage, he can rack up goals, and he stat pads, which is I'm not saying that's bad, but like I said, man, I'm more of a moments fan. I'm a moments type person. I rate moments over stat padding, and that's the one thing I give Mane credit for. For Gnabry, he's a moments player, and I really want him to stay, but I don't think he's gonna stay. That's the thing.
I think
So
for
yeah, I think
Lewandowski, the biggest moment was like the 5 goals in 9 minutes. Everyone will look back.
Yeah.
At it. There's no big moment. You look at it, he's like, oh shit, he's
Yeah.
got amazing. It's just that 5 goals in 9.
Even though it was against Wolfsburg, everyone, like every football fan knew him.
you could also say that game that he played against Real Madrid in 2012-13. I think that was his biggest moment, to be
I
honest.
think it's for Bayern though. He's only had like one big one where everyone goes, wow, and it was only against Wolfsburg.
Yeah, Wolfsburg. Yeah. That's pretty much it.
Honestly, I don't want this to turn into like a Lewandowski like hate show. Right?
No, yeah.
No,
Right,
it's okay.
No,
It's okay.
we agree with what you said. He's a good player, but he's not looking like greatest.
I
He's the
have
greatest.
I have no shame to say that before all of this drama, he was my favorite player in Bayern. I can honestly say that because I just liked him. So I don't even know why. But after all this, I can't say that anymore. I can't say he's my favorite player at Bayern because the way he treats the club.
I can't even consider him as a legend anymore. To be honest, I used to think he was a legend, but I can't consider him as a legend after what he said, he's saying and stuff.
I guess I'm lucky that I
It's
never
sad,
considered
man.
him a legend.
Yeah.
What did you say?
I said I guess I'm lucky that I never considered him a legend.
Yeah.
For me to be
Yeah.
a legend, I mean, sorry, like that's why when people always ask me, like, I think someone like 2 years ago asked me what would it take for Lewandowski to replace Gerd Müller in like a all-time Bayern 11, and I wrote
Win
something
through
like,
Champions League.
you need to win like 5 more Champions League with Bayern and like 7 more Bundesliga, and that was like 5 years ago. Because
Right.
Gerd Müller won 3, but that's not what's important. What's important is
But
every
he scored the
final.
goal.
Every final that he's been in, he basically scored. Won Germany the World Cup. Won
He scored.
Bayern the 3 Champions League finals.
And the Euros as well.
And the
but then-
Euros as well. The guy was clutch. And in terms of ability, Lewandowski absolutely surpasses him. Again, Muller, I mean, I've watched plenty of games through Footballia and Football Origin and whatever all these websites are that have like old games on it. Gerd Müller, he was good. He wasn't, he isn't gonna like take the ball down with a perfect touch. He isn't gonna do an overhead kick. He was great at what he did, and when the moments came, he showed it to the world. But again, I don't want this to become like a Lewandowski hate show, but it is the truth. I never liked him.
Yeah. Thank you.
I think
Yeah.
he needs to go there because we saw the Kimmich controversy, how it derailed the season. This Lewandowski one will be 10 times worse.
Yeah. Exactly. This is why I say no background noise. Please just get rid of him. It's not worth sacrificing the season.
Because
But the
Nagelsmann
thing
gets
is-
sacked, because of Lewandowski's issues if he stays. That's why Nagelsmann will get
But
sacked.
I think it would
But-
still
but
bang goals. Honestly, think
But,
so.
but,
But
the, but, the, but the thing is, PSG has a lot of money.
They're not gonna spend.
I don't know why he doesn't want to. No. They will give him that 50 that
No,
Bayern wants.
they won't. Nasser Al Khelafi.
he
Khelafi.
said he wants to. He wants to develop Paris players, right?
Yeah, he wants to develop Paris players and not spend as much money anymore because, quite frankly, their slogan, which was like "Dream Bigger," according to his words yesterday, you can't dream of the Champions League. We need to be smarter now instead of buying players like we did in the past. Now, granted, I will say this as well. He says that every 4 years, every 4 to 5 years, but he just said that yesterday, and he got a new sporting director. So
Exactly. The Portuguese guy who helped Lille and who was
Campos.
under the name to
Yeah,
Campos.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's why I don't think they're gonna. That's why they really haven't been in discussion for Lewandowski. I think because of the changes that they're going through. And sorry to say this, earlier Nagels 123 when you said that you've got big news and you said that, and I was like, oh, I thought you meant different news. You mentioned Nkunku extending his contract and getting a release clause for 60 million next season. I thought what you were talking about was Neymar extending his contract with PSG.
He did.
Wow. By a year. It's automatically extended by a year in July. That's the news that came out that I saw earlier on PSG Hub, according to L'Equipe. So his contract, I'll read it to you if you want. Neymar contract will automatically extended by 1 year until 2027. And Brazilian is said to be motivated by the new project and wants to stay. So with him now staying at PSG, there really isn't a spot for Lewandowski as well.
You're probably right, yeah.
It's Barca.
So that means Neymar is ending his career.
Yeah, it's Barca or bust.
Pretty much right.
Or Chelsea, maybe. No, I don't think so.
I don't know if he wants to do it. He's too scared of England, according to his old agent.
I think he's talking bullshit.
He is. He's just salty.
Yeah,
but you know what would be funny? And what I would absolutely love to see in terms of Lewandowski? Real Madrid just be like, actually, you know what? Mbappe ghosted us. Haaland went to City. We need a signing. Let's put a bid in for Lewandowski, and I would love to see how quickly he's. I want to play for Barcelona. They're the club of my dreams. How quickly that's going to change back to I want to play for Real Madrid. They're the club of my dreams. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, I love the Mickey Mouse voice you did. Very fitting.
Oh, absolutely. I always do Mickey Mouse voices for frauds. Sorry, for Bayern players.
Will you do one for Nianzou as well then?
Cor, what are your thoughts on Nianzou? I need to know.
Is Costa here?
Cor. Doesn't seem like it, no. Damn it. I was about to kick him if he said that he hates Nianzou. That Nianzou is a fraud. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen. I don't even know what else we haven't discussed yet, honestly. We've basically discussed everything. Like, this was supposed to be like a welcoming the new signings, and instead we've talked about everything and the new signings as well. So I would say that's
it's not really about everything. Even about changing, okay, it was my suggestion. We got to changing the club badge to Lewandowski, to Gnabry, to Sane, to Mane. So this was an all-around Bayern discussion.
Absolutely. Core TV, are you back? No, damn it. Okay, I was gonna let him have the last words on Nianzou, obviously our greatest player of the upcoming season. So I'll just ask one last question.
I need to ask you one thing, right? Champions League semi-finals against Real Madrid, and you would rather play Nianzou than Lucas Hernandez.
Yep.
Is that true?
Yep.
Okay.
I'll elaborate a little bit for you, not too much. Champions League semi-finals with the World Cup and everything will probably be in like June. So he will have about a year to get playing time, so on and so forth. So, as I said, I think he'll need about 10 games to play every single game. And I think if he gets those, then he'll be, a number one starter, number one centre-back. And I think that by the time, the Champions League semi-finals or whenever that rolls around with the World Cup and everything, he's going to be number one. And I'll play him. No hesitation. If you have youth, you might as well trust him. Anyway, here's my final question before you wrap it up. And I'll just throw this into the round. Because I've ordered food and my food place honestly takes like 10 minutes to arrive. It's actually quite annoying sometimes because I'm like, I've got like half an hour to relax, and it's like 5 minutes later they're knocking on the door like, no. But here's my final question I want to throw into the round. Let's say we sell who we rumored to sell. Who's left in our squad? Let's say we sell Savitzer, Chris Richards. Let's throw in Omar Richards in as well, even though he's not really rumored to be sold. And let's say we buy Lima and just for good measures, throw in a centre back in who's the centre back that we might end up getting. So name me a centre back. Sorry,
who did you say?
Did he say a name?
No. Who did you say as a centre back?
No, I said someone throw me a name. A centre back.
I have no idea. It's hard to tell.
Okay, let's go with Sutlo. Even though I don't think the club will go because he's one, too young, two in not a top 5 league. But let's just say
knows him, yeah. But
I have no idea.
That's fine. All right, let's say Timber. For good measures,
Okay.
all right? Jurriën Timber. Let's just say we'll throw him in, all right? How would you rate this transfer window? How would you rate Brazo's work for this season?
I mean,
yeah.
For his whole tenure
as well. So both for this season.
Also both. So I mean, the damage regarding the late negotiations for Lewandowski and Gnabry, they count to another transfer window. So that's not. I'm not going to take that into consideration for this one.
How is the damage when
Let me just stop you right there. Sorry, because I completely forgot about those two. And let's say Lewandowski and Gnabry both stay. Now, Gnabry doesn't extend, but they both stay.
Gnabry doesn't extend? Does not?
Yeah.
Doesn't. Ooh. That's not good.
No, he said Gnabry extends, right?
No, Gnabry
doesn't
extend.
If Gnabry doesn't extend and we keep him, we're just done.
For me, it's like a 5 or 6 then.
6.5. I'm not willing to go higher
if Lewandowski says it's a 5.
Why can Gnabry not?
I mean 6.5 because the players you've just named are absolute class, and that's almost like a quarter of a team that he'd be bringing in for hopefully good money, which he already has. But the fact that we would be giving up a player of that caliber as Gnabry at that age for free is insane. So it's not higher than 6.5. And his entire tenure, I would give him also like a 6.5 because I've seen like a list of all the transfers he's ever had. And sure, you have your Davies in there, you have your Pavard, who's been absolutely solid for us, but you have got your Arps, your Zars, your like half of them were just utter rubbish. So I'd have to give him like a 6.5 maximum for his entire tenure.
So I'm gonna give him an 8, and I tell you why. The only reason why we would keep Gnabry, although he doesn't extend, is because Brazo believes that he will extend throughout the season. So that's just my hope. Yeah, the hope that's keeping me alive. That's why I will give him an 8. And throughout, I like Brazo, man. I give him a 7. No, I give him actually another 8 because you can have misses, but the big signings he did, right? Davis, we got Musiala, we got now Mane. These are so good signings for me. I give him an 8. I don't care. I give him an 8.
But on that note, his job is not only just doing transfers and extension negotiations. It's also the way you carry yourself, and he, I think, brought more. I don't want to say trouble, but due to his persona and due to his lack of experience at the start, we were sometimes in unrest. Let's put it that way, which we weren't under the likes of Zama.
I think Uli Hoeneß wouldn't have gone for Haaland, but just straight up extends with Lewandowski, and I think that's the difference between them. Brazo wanted Haaland, like he wanted him really bad. I believe that's why it didn't extend. So
well, it goes back to what I said earlier about us having a very specific philosophy, trying to buy young players that are good. Since he came in, he's clearly got like a style of players that he wants to go after.
Yeah.
Young, but experienced. That bring a certain marketability to the team. But okay, I like what you all said. Let me change the question just a tiny bit then. He sells Lewandowski and Gnabry extends.
10 out of 10.
Easy.
9 out of 10.
Why? What should he do to get a 10?
Because I'll give it 9.5. Only the 0.5 mark off, just because of the wage structure and how it is. Even if Gnabry extends, he'll be on 20 mil, which is still a lot. But it's.
Oh yeah, if Mane is also on 20 mil, I give it a
Very
6.
good point.
Yeah.
Very good point.
Okay. Let me change the question a little bit again. Let's say he sells Lewandowski for 10 million.
Now that's unrealistic, but we gotta make it at least realistic.
Okay, 25 million.
Fine by me. He can go for 10.
But why would you say we would sell him for 25 when there's a table for 32 and we wouldn't accept that?
Because
No.
let's say he does another interview and this time he comes out and just insults the people by name and just throws a tantrum to such a huge degree, and then Barca are like, well, 25 million. Take.
I would still remove some points for that, because as you've said, I also agree that there's the reputation of the club on the line. For 50-60 million, I think people can also say, club outsiders could also say, all right, they got a pretty.
Just quickly, sorry. I'll leave the floor up to you. I'll be right back. My food has just arrived.
All right. So
Lewandowski will be 34, right, when the season starts.
Yeah.
Getting 60 million for a 34-year-old.
it's all right.
Who doesn't want to extend his contract and is on 25 million wage.
Yeah,
So
and on his last year as well. That's good. That's good. I don't care. I mean, who on his right mind would say, "Oh, that's."
Yeah, and
yeah.
I mean, Torstedt, and I think Daniel, you as well. You saw this quote of him. I think Süddeutsche actually published that with the Nagelsmann told him how to move in the box, and he said, "Oh, I'm the one who scored 40 goals."
Yeah.
If that's true, fuck off, Lewandowski. Fuck off. Just honestly, fuck off. If you actually said that.
He's always a doer, though. He's always been like this.
We must ask Prince what he thinks of that, because honestly, after reading that, if that's true, I see no point of keeping him.
If we sell him for 50 million, we scam Barcelona.
Yeah, we scam them, and that's the best. I mean, even
if that's the point. Because
it's fine. We still did good business.
Yeah, exactly. Our point earlier was as to why we wouldn't let him go was because it doesn't look as good. But if we get anything more than 50 million for him right now, nobody can say that's bad business. So I think the point of, but for 35, 25 million, whatever, then it's not worth it, because then we basically caved in and gave him what he wanted, and that's not. Then I would remove points.
You know what? It's funny. So Prince said about the thing with Dembele, right? And Uli Hoeneß saying that would never happen to Bayern and stuff. In hindsight, it was the best thing Borussia Dortmund could have happened. They got over 100 million for the Dembele, and he hasn't been the player he was when he was in Dortmund, right?
Yeah.
He's really good. He's still very young. He has the talent and stuff, but he's not worth 100 millions. And at that point, Borussia Dortmund, we don't give a fuck if we strike out. We got 100 million for a player, bro, and he's not even that good. Okay,
and they reinvested it very good.
Yeah,
if we get 50 million
money and some others.
If we get 50 million for Lewandowski, we'd be like, okay. Even if we strike out, we got 50 million for a 34-year-old who's 1 year on contract and he doesn't want to extend. I mean, who are we not to accept that?
Any striker we put in this team will get goals like he does. They'll get the similar number of goals in the league.
No, that's not true.
A lot of strikers can get 20 to 30 goals like he does.
20, okay, but not constantly over 30 like he does.
Maybe not over 20 to 30 range.
20 to 30 is enough to win the
league.
This
is what I'm saying, though. What I had been saying very early on, a few hours ago, when I said if we get 3 three decent players who are not on his level but decent on a decent level. They can split up the goal tally among them, and also more responsibility falls on the wingers, just like it did in 2013. I mean, we had Robben and Ribéry, which especially Robben at one point in 2014, he had a like I don't know, he had a stretch of games where he was had 15 games and scored like 15 goals, assisted 10, and then he got injured, unfortunately. But that's the level a player can reach if he doesn't have that dominant striker who just takes the goals for himself,
But Lewandowski was at
which
Bayern.
obviously is
2015.
right to do.
Lewandowski was at Bayern.
2014, sorry, 2014. 13-14, that season.
Okay.
Because I think
Okay.
even
But
with,
That was
Lucas-
Prince, what is your opinion on this
What?
quote? Now I wanted to ask Prince on the opinion on this quote
that?
that
I think
Süddeutsche
it's a
released. About
The who released?
yeah,
Who?
I think Süddeutsche released one quote that Nagelsmann wanted to explain Lewandowski how he would score more goals, and he said, "You are not the one who scored 40 goals. It was
Oh
me."
yeah, yeah.
You know, if
I-
that's true, we said if that's true, bro, there's no way to keep him.
No, it most likely is true. I don't mean this in a rude way, but it most likely is true. Süddeutsche really doesn't like fabricate things, to be fair. They don't really report much on football anyway. But what I will say is this. I do agree with Tausif. Like, we don't need one striker that hits 40 goals a season. In 2012, 2013, we had 3 strikers. We had Pizarro, we had Gomez, and we had Mandzukic. And, we could use them for different things, for different scenarios, against different opponents. It just helps having variety. I've also listened to, the arguments that you lot made in regards to how you would rank certain things, so on and so forth. My last one that I'll throw out there is this: we sell Gnabry for 20 million. Okay, let's be realistic. Let's be more realistic. We sell Gnabry for 25 million and keep Lewandowski. I just want to see carnage.
Would
Should
you
we
want a
still
rating?
wait?
You want a rating for that window?
Yeah.
25 for Napoli when we get him. If we sell him to an English club, we get 30 at least.
25 is just 10 mil more than they bought Roca for. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no English club is buying him.
if he goes, it's only going to be Madrid.
Yep.
You think so?
Yeah, I think Bale's gone too, so they could use another attacker.
No. I think English clubs are quite impressed with him because there's always the story about that he's not good enough for West Brom, and then he wins the Champions League, and that's been in the English media for ages. And I know Arsenal fans rate him a lot, and Arsenal club officials maybe as well. And I
But
think
Arsenal-
that kind of resonates to me.
Yeah, but the thing
Many
about
other
Arsenal
clubs
is,
who
one,
Yeah.
they didn't make the Champions League. 2,
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
yeah.
already
I think
true.
the news just came out. I don't know if it's official.
They want
that-
to sign Rafinha.
not just Rafinha. No, I'm talking about Gabriel Jesus. I
Oh.
think it's. I don't know if it's official yet, but obviously he's going to Arsenal as well from City. So with those two things, if they're not having Champions League and then getting Jesus, I can't see them buying Gnabry. So let's just say he goes to Real Madrid, and because of our relationship with Real Madrid, it's 25 million.
like Tony Kroos back in the day.
Basically,
Did you see that Tony Kroos doesn't want to extend his contract?
yeah, he wants to wait.
You know
see-
why? You know why? I'm telling you why. If you listen to the podcast of Tony Kroos with Nagelsmann, you could see how big of a fan Kroos was of Nagelsmann. You know where I'm going to, right? I think he wants to play under him.
Good
Like
one.
his last
Good one.
like as his last year, he knows Bayern, he knows Germany. It's the only club where we would go to back, right? And he likes Nagelsmann obviously because he invited to his podcast and the way they talk to each other, the chemistry, it all just fits so well. I think that's what he's planning.
Plus, also he left because he had a disagreement with the last board, but that board is gone.
Yeah.
So no more Rummenigge, no more Hoeneß. Obviously, they still have a big sway at the club, but no more, not in day-to-day operations.
Didn't
Okay.
Cruz say he wants to retire early though?
Yeah, he
He's
did.
always said that,
He said he
yeah.
wants to retire at like 35 or 34, 35. So yeah, I don't think
Then
he's
he
going.
should go to Arsenal. It's basically retirement at this point.
He should go to United.
You know, Arsenal have like Saka, right? But you think he will stay there? I don't. This season, yeah, but I think he will be gone next season. He's too good for Arsenal.
I would love him at
My
Bayern.
opinion. I think he'll go to Man City or something. I have a feeling. don't
I
know.
think he would be really good at Liverpool with Klopp.
Probably would, yeah.
Now Liverpool are dangerous, and I'll tell you why they're so dangerous. If there's been a lot of rumors about them and Wirtz, a lot of rumors, as many rumors as there are Bayern and Wirtz, there's been Liverpool and Wirtz.
Yeah,
And I know Bayern fans don't realize this because, well, you see Bayern news, you don't see Liverpool news. Now, the thing for me is, one, I live in Manchester, and Liverpool is literally like right next door. So there are plenty of Liverpool fans in Manchester. So I know exactly, the rumors and whatnot that they're getting. Two, I'm always on the Liverpool subreddit. It's actually a good subreddit. The Bayern subreddit is kind of poor, honestly, if I'm being honest. But the Liverpool subreddit is actually quite fun. There's a lot of discussions going on of just football in general. So I'm always on there and I always see the news. If they get Wirtz under Klopp, well, how would I put this?
game over.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
probably the case, yeah. But isn't that the same case if they get Bellingham?
No. Bellingham is good. He's gonna be great. It might even be world class.
Yeah, he will
I don't
be.
think his ceiling is gonna be top 5 of your generation. Wirtz's ceiling is top 5 of his generation. Like, let's think about who's in his generation. Musiala?
Yeah. Mbappe and Haaland, I feel like they are maybe better.
I would say they're probably the
Vinicius too.
generation.
Vinicius is up there.
Who?
Vinicius.
Yeah.
He's older.
Oh, you mean this generation, the under 20?
Yes.
Okay, fair.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying. Like, Mbappe is probably the generation after. And I know Haaland is like 20, but I still consider him the Mbappe generation just because of how long
Yeah, he's in the
been.
Mbappe generation, you're right.
So I'm talking about like the generation after that next, big thing when Mbappe and Haaland are, 31, 32, and these kids are, just hitting
27,
their
28,
yeah,
Yeah.
that age. Who's going to be there? Wirtz, I think definitely. I don't think Bellingham will be there. I don't know. There's obviously a bias towards strikers, so I'm not going to deny that.
Pedri,
Pedri, yeah.
Gavi.
you
Fati.
rate Gavi?
Gavi's really good.
I actually rate him. I think he's good.
Fati,
No.
Nah, I think he's too injury prone. I don't think he will have a
Musiala?
good career.
Yeah.
Yeah, Musiala.
Maybe.
Nianzou.
No.
No. Inshallah. Joking. Okay. Maybe. Hopefully. One day.
Gravenberg.
I think he's already over 20, bro.
No.
Oh, is he 19? No, he's 19, right?
I don't think he'll be top 5.
Yeah, I still
Neither
think
do
so.
I.
He'll be top 1.
You guys actually scared that maybe Musiala will leave Bayern anytime because he's like no, right?
No.
If he decided to play for England, I would shit myself every day because then
Yep.
he would go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. The second he decided to join, the second he decided to play for Germany, it's a wrap. There's only one club he's going to stay. I think he's going to be here till his end of his career.
Mhm.
He might go back to like Chelsea at like 29 or 30, but until then, he's going to be here for the next 10 years.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope you're right. But you say that if Wirtz joins Liverpool, it's game over because he would actually be like a top 3 generation player right
Yep.
away.
Not right away, but he'll be that within 2 years under Klopp.
Fuck. But
yeah.
Brazzo and Nagelsmann pull is insane.
Wow. That PowerPoint better be on overdrive.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I don't know.
Because didn't a lot of the sporting directors already talked to Wirtz's father and stuff like that too?
Yeah, it's true. I'm sure they're already in contact.
Oh,
We
absolutely.
would dumb not to. Honestly.
Like as we've seen this season, when it comes to absolute top class, world class young players that are leaving, aka Haaland, Bayern will be there. Like we all thought. Let's be realistic. Who thought that we had the money to get Haaland? No one.
No, but we were the one of the contestants.
Yeah,
Man City
exactly.
and Bayern.
Exactly. That shows you that when it comes to a player that the board, that the players are 100% convinced of, it doesn't matter what the price is.
Imagine we would have signed Haaland.
If we sign Haaland, okay. Last scenario, we sign Haaland. We bin Lewandowski, Gnabry. You know what? Gnabry leaves as well. How would you rate it?
Still a
For
10.
how much?
I don't think Haaland would
care.
be that
I
good
don't
a
even
signing.
care. What did you say?
Because Haaland's very good. I like him more than Mbappe, but he's not gonna stay at Bayern for 8 years. He'll leave after like 3.
You're right, though. He actually got a release clause, right? Maybe that was the point we didn't sign him. Imagine he said, I want a release clause, and Bayern said, no, we don't do that here. Get the fuck out.
He's not the type of player to stay at a team for 5, 6, 7, 8 years. He's gonna stay at
maybe he has already his career planned, right? He will go to Real Madrid in 3 years. Like he says, maybe he has already, it's already a done deal, just not known.
Well, in 3 years' time, we'd get the better striker, Moukoko.
With the way your record of youngsters works.
You know what we should do with Moukoko?
When it comes to youngsters, I've got the perfect eye. It just doesn't always go that way. It never goes that way, actually.
We should do the same thing we did with Gnabry. Like buy him, undercover buy him and loan him out to another club and let him develop there and then get him back when he's like a good player. You know what I mean? Like the thing we did with Gnabry, basically. I really like that model.
Well, it's illegal, but
who cares, man? It's also illegal to go to Liverpool and talk to. Is it actually legal to do that? The thing Salihamidzic just said in this interview, to talk to a player who's still under contract with another club, is that even allowed?
Not really.
Yeah,
in the summer window.
You need permission from the club, and it seemed like we went to Sané first.
To Mane.
Not Sané, Mane. Damn it. We went to Mane first before we even talked to Liverpool, so we didn't have permission.
That's not allowed. Also, it's not allowed to talk with words. Yeah.
I think it's just so commonplace now that they're not going to go after you.
Yeah.
Yep. Well.
Yeah, Khalifa for Mane. Not Sane. But yeah. I really hope we sign Wirtz, man. We're not allowed to go to anywhere else but to us. This is the same thing with Götze, right? Even if Götze failed for us, imagine he would have gone to any other club and be the best player in the world. We would have. It would be so bad that we didn't sign him, right? It's you have to sign this player just to make sure he doesn't get anywhere else. You know what I mean? It's hard. Maybe it's hard to understand for other people. That's why I never considered like some of the players who like. Considered flops to be real flops because at the end we signed them and made sure that they are not being a world star in any other club. You know what I mean? Yeah. At least we ensured that.
It's like why PSG tried so hard to keep Mbappe. He's the French star of Paris. They have to do everything to keep him.
Yeah. I don't blame PSG for like throwing him anything he wants. He's Paris born. He's the best player they have. He will probably be the best player they will ever have. Like the next 20 years. Oh, I'm not sure. Paris has an insane youth academy, but still, Mbappe he's generational. No need to know. Oh, man.
Well, I can definitely see we've got a massive Mane fan in the comments.
you see the pull board. This is, I love it already.
Absolutely.
Now you get rid of Lewandowski and get Ronaldo. Then you see the pull too.
Mate, if we get Ronaldo, right? I'll be honest. I think overnight, Mirza and Mia on Twitter. You know how he got like, you know how Bayern and you were like extremely happy Nagels 1-3. You know how Bayern got like 100k likes earlier on that Mane announcement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If we got Ronaldo, every post from Mirza and Mia would get 500k and the official Bayern one would get at least 1.5 million.
Oh yeah, the Bayern Instagram page gains 20 million followers.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, if you say that,
Louis.
it might even be worth it. Like, let's see. If he wants to go to another club, right, where he wants to win something, there's only one club left. Like, I don't even know how. You guys have any idea? I don't have any other idea than Bayern. The one club where he didn't play yet, the one domestic title he didn't win yet. That's the only club left. And if he wants to play for
PSG
the title, PSG, but there's Messi. I don't see him going there.
Well, that's
So
if he goes to Bayern, he wins in the top 5 leagues of Europe: Portugal, Germany, Spain.
true.
Italy.
True. It's the only league left. It's a club where he can realistically win the Champions League if he takes a huge wage cut, right? Which he could, because he earns so much money. He has enough. Now, I mean, it's always easy to say he's enough, but you know what I mean. Like, he could take it. Like, it's not that difficult for him.
He already did for Manchester United, I think.
Yeah, if it's for him, it's about winning titles and ending his career on a high. He has to join Bayern. Like, it's the only club left. But as we said, it's the wage structure we would like. It's if you sign Ronaldo, what message does it have to Mane if we told him he would be the star of the new squad? Oh yeah, we signed Ronaldo, by the way, guy. Yeah, it's difficult.
Okay. You kind of brought it up, but okay, my really now, my last question.
This guy's he's a real Mane fan, bro. Look at him.
Absolutely. I'm here for that. But here, my final question then, right? Kind of brought this up, and I thought it makes a good final question. So we've now been live for 4 hours. I think most people here actually want to sleep.
Yeah, I need to leave, bro. Yeah.
So my final question. Sadio Mane at Bayern. The amount of attention the club has given him today compared to, say, Gravenberg, compared to, say, Mazraoui. 1, is it fair? 2, is he the superstar that the club is marketing him to be? 3, how do you think his season will go? And 4, what do you expect from Bayern this season? As in, like, what do you think will realistically do this season?
Yes, good travel.
Good. That was short and nice. Daniel?
I agree.
Is Daniel still here?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that answer.
I think it's fair, by the way. I think it's completely fair. He's a world star. Gravenberg is 19. He was born yesterday. What was the second question? Well, is he the superstar Bayern made him? Yes, he is. I think he's the superstar maybe not on his like raw social media numbers, because they are not that high, but everyone knows him. He's like he's like, for me, Liverpool is a top 3 club in the world. We signed one of their best players. Like, that's crazy to me. And how do I think he? I think he will be. Did you ask how he will perform at Bayern?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I think he will be like 30 plus goal contributions in the Bundesliga. Is that even good? Like, is that even like enough for you guys to say that's a good number?
Definitely. 30 plus would be one in every game, roughly.
Yeah, that's good, right? That's really good. And how I think, I want to say travel, but it's like so dumb to say that. Yeah, I would say double, and I think we will have a big fight in the quarterfinals already. I think we will get a really hard draw. I think we were lucky enough with Villarreal, and we fucked it up, that we will get someone like, I don't know, PSG, Man City, and this Man City seems to be so good. Like, Man City, they always seem to be the favorite, right? And they never won it, but still, I would still say Man City is the favorite to win the Champions League next year.
They are every year, to be honest.
Yeah, so if we go out
with Haaland and Alvarez, absolutely.
Yeah.
If they don't win it with Haaland, they're finished. They'll never win it.
Yeah. That's when I will officially, and I'm the biggest Pep fan in the world, right? I think our best football was under Pep. I
True,
think our best
agreed.
manager was Pep. But if he doesn't win it with Haaland, he's going to be a ball fraud.
Yeah, he is. He is like definitely. Like Haaland is actually that good as everyone makes him. He is really that good. So he's this different type of player that Man City maybe need to win the title. And if you can't win it with Haaland, bro, you can't even with I don't know World 11 squad. It's just as it is. There must be some type of this African curse must be real. I don't know.
How fitting would it be if for Sadio Mane to knock out Pep in the final?
Yeah.
I was thinking that after you said that.
That's for my brother Yaya Toure.
Mazraoui assists Sadio Mane in the final. 1-0 win. Last minute.
Yeah, I think a double would be good. And yeah, if we went out in the quarterfinals to Man City, it's how it is, right? I don't blame. It's not like it's not embarrassing like it was last season.
See,
That would be a good season. Yeah.
Man City is the only team I don't want to face in the Champions League. And it's not because they're good. It's never been because they're good. Even when they were awful, I didn't want to face them because our record with them is we win one and then we lose the next
one,
game.
Yeah.
So
Same result even.
Yeah. And so in a knockout game, I wouldn't want that.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want it to be like we win one and we lose one. That's too risky for me.
I even think 2020 when we won the Champions League final against Paris, it was. I gotta admit we were lucky in that game.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, Alaba, I don't know, he was drunk or something. The way he passed to Mbappe, and how could you not score that ball? He literally say, "Here, take the Champions League title. I don't want it." And Mbappe didn't score. We were one goal Neuer performance away from Paris' first Champions League title. Like, I'm sure.
Yeah. We've already given Chelsea the first, so let's not give
Bayern on that.
Who knows? They might give City their first.
No. But man, the only thing I do not want to see in football, that's going to be the day I stop watching football, is not if Man City wins anything or PSG. It's when England win anything. I stop watching football after that.
Prince, how's your take on that? Are you actually supporting England when if like Germany's knocked out and something?
Good one. Very funny. That was the funniest joke I've heard all year.
Nah, he's one of us.
Look, when Germany's knocked out of the World Cup and Ghana is somehow still in, it's Ghana. If Germany's still in the World Cup and Ghana's still in, it's Germany and Ghana. If none of those two teams are in, it's everyone that's against England.
Yeah, my guy.
And most importantly, if it's a final and Argentina is playing against any other country, it's that other country, unless it's England. Then I'm rooting for Argentina. Then Messi can have his World Cup.
Yeah, honestly, I think the same.
Yeah, for me, it's England, the US. Sorry, but I can't have them win the football World Cup, and
they won't.
Maybe Brazil and Argentina, because
I have to admit, I kind of like France just because the amount of players they have, and I like them. I think they are just.
I don't mind them winning it. No.
Yeah.
And the Netherlands. I know we're supposed to be rivals, but ever since I started watching football, there has not been any rivalry as of late. So I would love for them, like Louis van Gaal in his probably last large tournament, to win it. That would be cool, but only if like Germany is not in there and no African teams, because I really want to see an African team win it.
Daniel, where are you from?
I'm from the US.
And you? Where exactly?
California.
I could tell by the accent. I was
about to say.
So you actually support US in the World Cup?
Unfortunately, US and Iran.
Iran?
Yeah.
I'm
Iranian, yeah. So they're
that's
the
a
same
spicy
group.
comp.
Yeah,
nice.
It'll be interesting.
Yeah, the same group, right?
Hopefully the US and Iran can do you all a favor and knock out England right away.
Oh, that would be amazing.
They won't advance.
I'd even think and even sing the American anthem if they did. I'm not even joking.
See, the thing with England is it's not even that. And from what I found, people from Germany hate England because they're such rivals. They're just so annoying.
They're annoying. That's the point.
And if they were to win, they would be so annoying. Like they're already annoying.
Yeah. I mean, they're not our rival. They are just not our rival. They have beaten us once in '66 and once in 2021. Every other competition, we wiped the floor with them. And I know they've won more friendlies, but who cares, honestly? So, like, rivals to me are the Netherlands and Argentina. Because
not Argentina. Nah. Netherlands and Italy.
Oh, Italy. Yeah. Italy. Which is weird. I hated Italy growing up, right? They're the only team that made me cry growing up in 2006.
My mom.
I love them now because they beat England at the Euros. My entire family hated Italy. Within those 120 minutes, we all were Italy fans. Like it was insane. We sang the Italian anthem like "Fratelli Italia."
Italy saved football last summer. They saved the sport.
Yeah, they did.
Absolutely.
Can we all this is really the last question? Can we all an early prediction of Germany's success in the World Cup?
If they reach the quarterfinal, I'm not saying they will or they won't. If they reach the quarterfinal, it's not a disappointment. If they get eliminated, it's an okay World Cup. Anything above is very, very good. But honestly, I think, especially because there seems to be somewhat of a vacuum forming within the landscape, there are no really good teams. France is struggling. England have never really been that good, to be honest. And Germany with Flick, I'm not saying anything, but I fancy our chances higher than England's. Far.
Okay, Prince?
Let me get comfortable in my seat and say this very clearly. Let me grab the microphone and come very closely.
No, again.
There are only two teams that can win. Not will win, but there are only two teams that can win this World Cup. One, Brasilia. Two, Germany. Now, if I were to rank both these nations, Brazil and Germany, on a scale, how I would rank it is every other country is at 0. They've got no hope of winning this World Cup. Brazil is at 5%.
Why?
And Germany at 95. And it isn't because I'm biased. Absolutely has nothing to do with that. I don't care about bias at all in the slightest. Quite frankly, we've got on paper the best squad. And on paper, keyword here, paper, we've got the most cohesion in the squad. With so many Bayern players in the squad, these players will be able to adjust much quicker than all other countries can. And that's what's important for a World Cup. It's speed. And these Bayern players, they've played under Flick. So they already know. Yes, it didn't look pretty in the World Cup. In the what's called the Nations League.
Nations League, yeah.
But then again, which country looked pretty out of the
None.
favorites? None. Now,
yeah.
Now you put that with the World Cup, you combine that with the World Cup, where the players aren't at the end of this season. You know, we've got 8 Bayern players in a German national team.
That's the point. Yeah,
that'll be the best point to have a World Cup when it comes to the fitness of players.
The players
it's like the next match day, right? For Bayern players, they play with the same squad in the next year. It's actually insane.
So just from that perspective, 95% Germany. And the only reason why I'm giving Brazil 5% is 1, their talent.
Yeah.
And 2, and I don't know how true this is, but they'll be more used to the hot weather of Qatar.
Yes. It's underrated, I guess, yeah. And I'm giving them 1% for our bad defense lineup. Because
I mean, but the point is, the thing is, we come World Cup, we'll have Rüdiger, who's good, but we also will have the likely centre back pairing of Schlotterbeck and Süle, which will have 3 months, 4 months
to
Yeah.
prepare
Mhm.
together in Dortmund and to
Wait,
create
but
cohesion there.
how does that work? We have two. Do you think we will play 5 at the back?
We might,
Because
because I don't, because I've seen, as I said, the England game and the Atlanta live. Schlotterbeck, great when it comes to one-on-one, great, good when it comes to positioning, shit when it comes to the opening of the play. Like he cannot play good, decent long balls. He was all over the place, right? But Zule is slightly better there. I don't trust any of the three to perform well in a centre back pairing. So I'd say by default they'd have to go with 3 at the back. Although I do not like the formation, but I could see us going there.
maybe we play 4 at the back and Süle as a right back.
That's
And
what I
just,
was thinking.
use
Yeah.
That's possible. That's
Yeah,
possible. It's not like he'll have competition.
and use 3 at the back in build-up play, but whenever we are not in position, we go back. Maybe that's the case. I don't know.
I think
Yeah.
they'll do that. I think that's a good idea because even in 2014, they had Howard as a left back, who's a center back.
Yeah, exactly. They had 4 centre backs in the first
Mhm.
few games, and then they switched it up because they pulled Triblam back as right back, which saved our campaign, I would say. But
Mm.
Anyway,
Yes,
Daniel, what's your thoughts?
On Germany doing in the World Cup?
You can go. You can talk about USA if you want instead.
Oh no, they have no hope. But well, Germany,
no, I honestly think you can advance from the group. It's not that hard.
yeah, I think they'll advance in the group. But I think with Germany, before the Euros, I said Italy would win, and I was correct. So my prediction for the World Cup is Germany win.
yeah,
Oh,
Flick's gonna have a big-
Deutschland.
Okay. Just a question to you, Daniel.
Mhm.
And so I'm sorry that I say that I pronounce Daniel like Danielle.
Mhm.
I got that during school as well, where I was talking to a girl and everyone was like, "Why are you saying Daniel?" And I'm like, "I was saying Danielle." Anyway, sorry, that was a tangent. Do you watch the MLS?
No,
Come on,
I don't-
you're
it's
missing the best
deadly.
league.
I'll go to the games. Well, my team is the Earthquakes. They're shit. I'm not gonna go.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take that back then. What the question I was going to ask? Because I was going to ask, do you think that Carlos Gill would be a good signing for Bayern? But
I have no idea that is.
yeah, I figured.
What team does he play for?
He plays for New England.
New England. Okay. What position?
Basically like an attacking midfielder.
Okay. I'll look.
Anyway, 4.5 hours, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate all of you being here. Maybe we'll make this a regular. I don't know how much time people have.
I'd be on board with that. Maybe
But-
after every match day.
Yeah, I was thinking either after every match day or maybe the day after. Just depends on obviously my schedule as well.
Yeah.
But I do want to make this into a more regular thing where we just have a discussion. Anyone can join. It's an open lobby, so if you want to just come in, just talk, even for 5 minutes, you can come in, say your piece, and then leave. But even just during the summer, I know there's no football on. So a lot of people, they don't know what to do with the summer because typically summer there'd be a World Cup or a Euros. So, this time we don't have that. So even then, I don't know what we discussed because we basically talked about everything that you could possibly talk about today. But, it's a long summer. Maybe transfer rumors in the future. They don't even the streams don't have to be as long as this. The discussions don't have to be as long as this as well. It can be much shorter as well. But thanks to everyone that joined in. I know a lot of people aren't here anymore. I mean, I get that with the time that it is now, and my audience primarily being in Germany. 75% of my audience is in Germany. 15% of it is in the USA, and then the rest is all over Europe, basically, based on my analytics. So just from that, I know a lot of people aren't here for multiple reasons, time, so on and so forth. With that said, if anyone's watching this later on, I appreciate you watching. With that said, Bayern Fan TV, that's me. I'm out. I'll let everyone else, say bye by themselves. But thanks for joining me. And yay.
Yeah, but it was
All
a
right,
great discussion.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, goodbye. See you next time.
Have a good one, you all.
Peace.
But